never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above, but nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A historic European capital could serve as the backdrop for the next round of peace talks to end the war in Ukraine.
Both sides have yet to agree to a meeting, but Politico was first to report that negotiations may take place in Budapest, Hungary. The country is led by Viktor Orban, a staunch ally of President Trump, who may join leaders from Ukraine and Russia for trilateral negotiations that could end the war. Russia's foreign minister said on state-run TV Tuesday that Moscow hasn't ruled out talks with Ukraine, but insisted that the process would unfold gradually. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Federal Reserve officials are concerned over tariffs, inflation, and labor markets.
Recently released minutes from the Fed's July meeting showed a divided board after two governors voted against the decision to hold rates steady, marking the first time multiple governors rejected a rate decision in more than 30 years. The governors also noted rising threats to the economy that would warrant monitoring, as well as the possibility of facing difficult trade-offs due to more persistent inflation and a weakened labor market. President Trump has pressured the Fed for months to cut rates, criticizing Chairman Jerome Powell and the board. I'm Chris Caraccio.
The FDA is warning the public about eating a certain great value raw frozen shrimp sold at some Walmart stores across the nation.
The agency issued the warning after Customs and Border Protection alerted the agency about possible cesium-137 contamination. It's a radioactive isotope from shipping containers. Frozen shrimp from the distributor has tested positive, but the FDA says no shrimp that is tested positive has entered the U.S. food supply. The product is sold at Walmart stores in more than a dozen states. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 16 points. The S&P 500 fell by 15 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 142 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Several states are sending hundreds of National Guard troops to Washington, D.C. The governors of West Virginia, South Carolina, Ohio, Mississippi, and Louisiana.
According to a social media post from West Virginia's governor, the efforts will be federally funded, and the state's National Guard will provide mission-essential equipment and training. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The CEO of Target is stepping down from the position after more than a decade.
Brian Cornell will depart from the retail giant after a continued decline in sales over backlash from its retraction of diversity, equity, and inclusion hirings. Target has selected its current chief operating officer, Michael Fidelke, as Cornell's replacement. However, Cornell will stay with the company in an executive chairman role. I'm Michael Kastner.
Limiting alcohol intake is good for blood pressure.
That's according to new guidelines from the American Heart Association and the American College of Cardiology. The doctors recommend not drinking at all, but say men should keep drinks to no more than 2 a day and just 1 drink a day for women. It's the first time the National Guidelines for minimizing the risk of hypertension have been updated since 2017. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Millions of monarch butterflies are beginning to migrate across North America.
The butterflies are leaving their summer breeding grounds for a 3,000-mile trek to parts of California and Mexico. According to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the migration typically runs from mid-August through mid-November, as monarch butterflies cannot survive prolonged cold conditions. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Will you looky there? Looks like we've hit that midnight hour in the Eastern time zone once again. So here we go, back in the saddle again, another day, another round of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Very comfortable night outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio. The clouds have, for the most part, cleared. Definitely see some cooler conditions beginning to settle in as we make our way into a brand new day. All right, we'll be turning the page on the calendar from time zone to time zone. Here comes a Thursday. Or you could call it Friday Eve, 21st day of August. That means we've only got 10 days left in the month of August. Rolling toward kind of the last bash of summer, Labor Day weekend. Yes, indeed. I mentioned some cooler conditions for our area. Yeah, get ready. What may very well be the most substantial cool air outbreak since last spring is going to be making its way in as we head through the upcoming weekend, sweeping across the Midwest from Friday through Sunday. According to AccuWeather, a significant push of cool central Canadian air is going to reach the Midwest, expanding into the Northeast soon thereafter. Now, they tell us at the peak of this outbreak, temperatures may resemble what would be more typical of late September, early October. A lot of folks going to be reaching for the long sleeves or maybe a light jacket in the morning and evening hours. Highs right now in the 80s are going to be replaced by high temperatures in the 60s and 70s across much of the region. For example, Minneapolis forecast to reach near 80 degrees through Friday. You may struggle to reach 70 on Saturday and maybe only the mid-60s for highs come Sunday. That means overnight lows are going to be dipping into the 50s and 40s across many suburban areas. Closer to the Canadian border, highs may only reach the 50s for a couple of days. Overnight lows away from the larger lakes are going to fall into the 30s and lower 40s. Some areas are going to be getting close to frost levels. Much cooler air sweeps into Chicago and Detroit this weekend. By Monday, both major metro areas may struggle to reach 70 degrees. Yeah, normal averages would be lower 80s for this time in August. Cooler conditions expanding southward into the plains, Kansas City, Missouri. Highs are forecast to remain in the 80s, close to 90 through the end of the week, before dipping into the 70s on Sunday and Monday. Ahead of that cool air, the humid conditions will persist from Friday to Sunday across much of the region, highs reaching the 80s along the I-95 corridor and in the eastern Ohio Valley. The Appalachian Mountains, you'll have highs in the mid-70s to near 80s, still rather humid. Cooler conditions, cooler air is going to sweep across the Northeast from Monday into Tuesday. Much of that region will see a temperature drop similar to the Midwest. Temperatures down maybe 10 or 20 degrees below average for late August. What may distinguish the cool outbreak from others is the potential for some longer-lasting southward dip in the jet stream. That's typically slow-moving and can result in multiple reinforcing waves of cool air over several days. Highs and lows next week are forecast to average 10 to 20 degrees below average for late August. In areas reaching the 80s this weekend, you may struggle to climb above 70 for several days next week. Higher elevations, daytime highs during the coolest stretch are going to be in the 60s. A few areas may only reach high temperatures in the 50s. Earlier this summer, sweeps of cool air passing over south-central Canada we're picking up a lot of smoke from the ongoing wildfires, carrying that into the Midwest and Northeast. The good news is this recent rainfall across parts of the wildfire region has helped ease some of those smoke concerns. Where the dry conditions persist further south and east, we could see the risk of wildfire activity actually increase. Portions of the Great Lakes, Northeast, and adjacent areas of Canada have recently turned very, very dry and could be vulnerable to more wildfire ignition in that particular region. Meanwhile, Erin will have all the latest just off the Atlantic coast as forecasters are warning the powerful winds generating massive seas offshore. Those waves traveling toward the shoreline, pounding surf, strong rip currents, a lot of beach erosion stretching from Florida all the way into Maine. Erin is still a large, dangerous hurricane, even though winds not as intense as they were last weekend when it actually hit Category 5 status. Tropical storm conditions extending outward up to 265 miles from the eye. That is a broad storm. Hurricane conditions reaching about 90 miles from the center. Now, Erin has shown some signs of re-strengthening a bit this past evening and can continue into early Thursday, tracking just off the U.S. coast. Looking a little better organized Wednesday morning. Over the warm waters, wind shear was decreasing. Maximum sustained winds had increased to 110 miles per hour by midday. All right, we saw some drier air and wind shear affecting the western structure of the hurricane on Tuesday, losing a bit of the core wind intensity. But the large wind field acting like a giant plunger, causing massive swells out there in the open seas. A tremendous amount of wind and wave energy, creating those hazardous beach conditions, as we said, from Florida all the way into New England. Right now, it's forecast to pass about 200 miles to the east of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, but those swells are propagating outward well away from the center, reaching the beaches in the form of large pounding breakers. All right, out there in the open waters, closer to the eye of the storm, they've been advising for days now. Waves could reach 50 feet in some areas. So there we go, kicking off a brand new day around the country, 844-844-3388. Been telling you the last few nights we're going to kick things off. I'm going to shuffle the pages a little bit. We're going to discuss truck leasing and purchasing, assistance when it comes to financing of trucks. Tel 360 has been advertising with us for several weeks. Luke LeMaster will join us momentarily and kind of break down. Now, we know for the last couple of years, there's been a lot of congressional looks into actual, what do they call it, the lease purchase programs that are designed to fail, that many of the big trucking companies out there have lashed onto in recent years. I think it's kind of given the lease programs kind of a black eye. So Luke's predatory programs, that was the word, thank you very much. Predatory lease purchase programs designed to fail. We're going to get the difference in what many of these trucking companies have been doing to help drivers fail for a number of years versus how they can actually help you succeed in the trucking business. So hang in there. Luke's going to be joining us. He's hanging on as we speak. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tel now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, we'll get to some of our usual check-ins from our listening friends via Facebook, YouTube. Coming up just ahead. First, we're going to be joined by Luke LeMaster with Tel 360. Welcome aboard, Luke. How the heck are you?
I'm good, Steve. How are you?
Well, we got a Thursday. I like to call it Friday Eve, so I start looking forward to the weekend, which is always a good time for me. Friday, the greatest day of the week, as we call it. What part of the country you in there, Luke?
I'm in Chattanooga, Tennessee right now.
Chattanooga. All right. Is that where Tel is home based, or?
Yes. Yeah, it was started here about 20 years ago.
Well, tell us a little bit about yourself and your affiliation with Tel before we kind of delve into what you guys can offer and what you can do for the drivers out there.
Sure. I've been in this crazy trucking industry now about 16, 17 years. Started off as one of the dirty words, aka a broker. Moved myself into much more of the asset side, actual trucking companies, and ran a small fleet in Wisconsin for a while, and ended up over here at Tel 360, Transport Enterprise Leasing. We're just kind of do things a little bit different on the leasing side, and I kind of saw an opportunity to do things on a bigger, more national scale as far as lease purchase goes. I've seen the goods with it, I've seen the bads with it, and I believe at Tel we're on the good side of that. So kind of saw that opportunity, and that's how I got here down at Tel. I run our owner-operator division here at Tel.
Okay. So little background on Tel. I guess I hear it was founded by a veteran, and how did you become associated with them?
Yeah, it was. Our founder was Doug Carmichael. He was an owner-operator. That's how we started in trucking. He ran his own trucking company for a little while. It was an Army vet. So he understood the needs of what, truck drivers are looking for. He understood the job. He understood the lifestyle. And that's kind of how he shaped the company to be an asset to people who want to start their own trucking companies. From a one truck fleet on all the way up. And, that was kind of the goal of our company, and continues to be, is to kind of be that support for somebody who wants to start their own trucking company.
Okay.
And has the desire to do it. How I got here, I just, happened to just kind of get recruited down. I knew a couple people at work at Tel through a previous life. So when a job came up, fortunately, they popped my name up and interviewed, and I loved what the company stood for and the values that we stand for, and it was a pretty easy decision.
So in my introduction, I was looking for the word predatory. Obviously, you're familiar that there's been a lot of talk about predatory lease purchase programs that trucking companies have been offering over the years. And, 90% failure rate is what they're saying. And there's actually the possibility of congressionally eliminating some of these programs across the country. Is the leasing business got a black eye from some of those operations out there, the predatory programs?
No, absolutely. But at the end of the day, it's like any industry, right? I mean, you're going to have your bad actors, and then you're going to have people who try to do the right thing, and maybe it just isn't. And some of these programs, they're not even trying to be predatory. And don't get me wrong, there's plenty that are. Some of it just, you go to a carrier and, you sign into a lease purchase program. You're going to get your truck, and your life changes 2 years down the line, right? And you're in a 5-year, 3, 4, 5-year lease. Your life changes. Things are different, and you need to change your lifestyle. And that doesn't necessarily fit with what freight that company runs. And at that point, you're looking at trying to find outside financing, and, there's a kind of a whole thing that goes with it, or it could be you're doing really well as an owner operator. You're leased onto a company. You're doing a lease purchase through them, and they, through no fault of their own, lose the lane, right? Lose the freight that you were running. Get undercut, whatever it may be. And that freight worked for your life. It worked for how often you wanted to be home. It worked for how you like to run. It was in areas that you were familiar with. And at that point, what do? Then you've already contributed maybe 2.5 years into this truck, and now either you have to change your entire life to keep your investment, or try to find outside financing, which, a lot of times, unfortunately, people are getting into lease purchase before they're ready, before they're financially stable, and then they don't have that option. So, yes, there are definitely predatory deals out there, but, sometimes it's just life and trucking in the industry that combines to kind of make things tough as well. So, I don't know if outright banning the whole thing is the right answer. Does there need to be change? 1,000% yes.
Okay. So coming from your end, you say you run the owner-operator division. So for the owner-operators out there that may already be in a lease program or maybe thinking of starting one, I know from the get-go we have been in a very, very difficult trucking environment. We're going on 3 years now. Freight rates have been very, very down.
Yeah.
Is it a difficult time to try to get into a lease program, or is it the right time?
I think it really depends on, and you're right, things have been tough. It has been a slog for the last 3 years for everybody in the industry. I don't think there's anybody in trucking who's very few people are turning around and going, hey, we're crushing it. It's, it's been hard times for a lot of people, and, it's ruined a lot of people, unfortunately. But if you're in a good spot and you know where you want to be, and there are still freight to run, you can still be profitable. You can still start your journey. Even in this down market, it's finding the right thing. It's finding your niche. It's finding where you want to go. It's finding that carrier that does what works for you, where you can make money. And then the reality is you have to be extremely mindful of your costs. And, there's kind of only two things. You can either make more money and more revenue, or you can keep your costs as low as possible. So, and I think people would be surprised, especially through us at Transport Enterprise Leasing, that getting into a brand new truck is more affordable than you think it would be.
Okay, and you mentioned new equipment. That's one of the keys. Over the years when I've talked to those working with some of these other companies out there, when they look to do a lease program, the equipment that they may be put into, definitely not brand new equipment. It's got a number of miles, and of course part of the deal is that they're responsible then for the maintenance and for the tires and for any breakdowns, and that's a big contributing factor to them falling behind in the event of a breakdown.
No, absolutely. That's, probably the number one reason why those things fail, is you're taking on a used truck that's already, your maintenance. We have 20 years of data that says you should be in a new truck every 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are, over a longer period of time, you will come out ahead with more cash flow. Unfortunately, and I understand it, right? There's this pull to own your own equipment, to own your truck. There's that pride and ownership of I own my truck, and there's that thing where you're looking at the owner of the company and you're going, well, that guy's doing all right. If I own my truck, then I can buy another truck. The reality is, you will cash flow better. You will make more money in the long run by continually upgrading into new equipment. So, one of our advantages is every 3 years, you can walk away from the truck you have, upgrade into a brand new one. It's the latest technology.
Mm-hmm.
It's the most efficient engines. You're getting better miles per gallon. The truck's under warranty the whole time, so you're not risking, a catastrophic engine failure. If that happens in 2 years, okay, well, that's covered. That's done.
Gotcha.
And there's a lot of soft costs too to being broken down, right? We have giant tow bills. Most people in the industry have unfortunately experienced that once or twice.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's the soft costs of, waiting 3 days or 4 days. Well, not only are you paying for a bill, whatever that may be, say it's $2,000, $3,000 if you're lucky. You also have the lost revenue of those 3 or 4 days. And then if you are trying to run dedicated freight for a customer, well, now you're not available for 3 or 4 days and you can't service that customer as well. So there's kind of all these little soft costs that go with, being in a shop and being down.
So you're saying when you put the pencil to the paper, you could actually, I thought the idea was if you own the equipment, you no longer have a truck payment. But when you come back, maybe we'll delve more into that. Long story, if you still have a payment, you can actually make more money. Luke Lemaster with Tell 360 joins us this Thursday morning. Back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A historic European capital could serve as the backdrop for the next round of peace talks to end the war in Ukraine.
Politico was first to report that negotiations may take place in Budapest, Hungary. The country is led by Viktor Orban, a staunch ally of President Trump, who may join leaders from Ukraine and Russia for trilateral negotiations that could end the war. Moscow hasn't ruled out talks with Ukraine. I'm Rory O'Neill.
The FDA is warning the public about eating a certain great value raw frozen shrimp sold at some Walmart stores.
The agency issued the warning after Customs and Border Protection alerted the agency about possible cesium-137 contamination. It's a radioactive isotope from shipping containers. Frozen shrimp from the distributor has tested positive, but the FDA says no shrimp that is tested positive has entered the U.S. food supply. The product is sold at Walmart stores in more than a dozen states. I'm Mark Nefield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we get a new day underway as we make our way into a Thursday. Luke LeMaster joins us with Tel 360, kind of explaining the ups, the downs, the pros, the cons of the truck lease program. We left off there talking some of the dollars and cents. I don't drive a truck for a living, but I do know how it feels or felt to have no automobile payment. For several years, I had 2 vehicles, actually, that were paid off. But as the years go by, the miles add up. First turned out to be a transmission failure. So you're looking at a vehicle, several $1,000s I'm going to have to invest in that, knowing that I've already got an American-made vehicle with over 150,000 miles on it. It's been nickel and diming me alternator, power steering pump, and those sort of things. And the next vehicle, it was the power steering goes out. Similar scenario, the cost of this, because the rack and pinion I looked at an automobile lease and opted for that route rather than purchasing a new vehicle. 3 years later, I had that option to go ahead and continue paying on that vehicle. But of course, vehicle warranties and things are going to run out. So I opted to trade in the 3-year lease and get a brand new vehicle. Is that similar to what we're doing here? Is that what your recommendation is for the truckers?
Yes, I would tell you unequivocally yes, but there are also truck drivers out there who it may not be the best for. Mm-hmm. And we try to have those conversations with every driver who comes in about their situation and, what their goals are and where they want to be. Because, it's a commitment, right? This is a $200,000 piece of equipment, right? And it's a $200,000 investment. and it's a $200,000 truck that I want to make sure that gets into the right hands too, for us.
Mm-hmm.
And when people come and lease with TEL, we want to make sure they make it. That's our goal. We know everyone's going to do it. Life happens, things happen, but our goal is to, everyone that gets in that truck, we want to see you get to that 3 years. That's how we do it. We do 3 years to start and have options of what they want to do next.
Okay.
And they do have the option to own that truck if they want. Or they can upgrade it every 3 years and get in something new every 3 years. But, to your point too, Steve, when you were talking about your car, how much time every single one of those issues that you had when you take it to the shop from drop off to picking it up. If you think about that, how many days were in it, right? It's maybe 1 day here, 2 days here, 3 days here, 7 days here. Well, a truck driver has, in theory, 365 days total minus your breaks and, your 34 hours and, that kind of thing to make money. So every day you're down, every missed opportunity, you can't go back and make that up, unfortunately. It's such a different, unique job than, you or me have, where, okay, I'm going to go into the office tomorrow, and if I take a day off, I'm getting paid a salary. Not for that owner operator. Takes a day off, he's foregoing whatever he would make that day.
Okay.
Or she. Sorry, apologies.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's hard, and TEL tries to make it easy as we possibly can. We recognize it's difficult. We recognize it's tough. And, in our opinion, and like I said, we got 20 years of doing this that says being a new piece of equipment. And then beyond that, we offer a lot of support. And we have an advising department that talks to our owner operators on a daily basis. The first 12 weeks that you're in a lease with us, someone's going to call you, talk to you, make sure everything's going okay with your truck, that you like what's going on, that you're, understand everything that's going on. We have calls about your contract. You get your contract typically a week ahead before you're coming to pick up your truck. So we want you to read it. We want you to go through line by line. We want you to run it through a lawyer, know what you're signing.
Mm-hmm.
We're extremely transparent about it. There's no hidden anything. That's not, it'd be totally against our principles and everything we stand for, to be hiding hidden fees and this and that. Everything's spelled out.
Mm-hmm.
So, a big advantage of that for a driver is you have cost certainty. You know what your costs are going to be. So you know what you need to do to make money. You know what you need to make. You know how many miles you got to run. You know what your costs are going to be. Areas you can save a buck here and there. And we're going to be there every step of the way to help you. We have thousands of trucks on the road. We talk to hundreds of drivers every single day, and we get a lot of information in, and we like to share it. And we like to say, hey, things are going well here. Or, we have a group of, 50 owner operators that are running this type of way, and it's working really well for them, that are based around your same area. So just those little tips and tricks that we get by being in the business, that we can pass along to help you win, help you succeed.
Okay. Obviously, there's no such thing as a business that's the right one for everyone. Who might you say is the best candidate to come to TEL? I mean, rather than going to, I have the option. I could maybe go to a dealer and look to buy a new truck outright myself. Why opt for maybe leasing versus buying? Could you address that maybe?
A lot of times going to the dealership, they typically are going to want more money down to start with. Stronger credit history, where we are, and I'm not saying we take anybody, because we don't, but, we definitely look at things, and we look at a whole financial picture, and, we definitely have ways and programs that we can get people in to a new truck with, a much lower down payment and a chance to prove themselves. Because I think there's a lot of times you just need a chance, and we like to be the ones to give it to you.
So when I come in, are you going to sit down and work with me and say, all right, how much do I have? And that's kind of what they do with the car dealers, right? The truck dealers, I guess, are the same. When it comes to a lease, do I have to have what's good credit score? Is it going to make a difference? The better credit scores and things like everything else does, or?
Yeah, I mean, a better credit score obviously helps you. I mean, we are, at the end of the day, Transport Enterprise Leasing. I mean, we're financing, we're taking a piece of equipment we own and financing it to you. So there's, some risk we're willing to take, but, we like to look at a whole picture, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think just a score and a number is fair to anyone. We like to look at the whole picture. Did something happen? Did you accidentally co-sign for the wrong person 10 years ago? Well, if I just look at a score, maybe that gets held against you. But, we like to look at each individual person that comes through, look at the whole picture and make a decision based off that, of the whole financial picture, not just, hey, your score is X, so therefore here's your formula, and you're going to pay this and 1, 2, 3. I don't think that's fair, to be honest.
Right.
So, but yes, better credit score definitely helps you out. That's just kind of the way of the world. But, not having a great one is an end all deal.
All right. So, I'm a truck driver, but I have to have freight to move. And that's one issue that many run into. And I know oftentimes with a so-called lease purchase deal, I've heard drivers say they were getting me freight. I was getting miles. Then I got 8 months in or 6 months in, and all of a sudden I wasn't getting the move. I wasn't getting the freight anymore. How do we work with you to make sure we're going to have freight to move? Do I have to have it prearranged myself? How does that work?
If you're going out and you're doing your own thing and you have your own authority and you're running your own one-man or one-woman show, then yeah, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, we really don't. I mean, we can put you in contact with carriers that we work for, that we have other drivers that are having success.
Mm-hmm.
We do have programs where we partner with, directly with carriers. And if there's not enough freight for the owner-operators that are in the program, I mean, we're definitely not going to put more into it. Again, once we lease these trucks, I mean, I don't want them back. I want them to be successful. So, but yeah, if you are on your own, I mean, that's something that, you should be prepared for, and you should have a way to go get that freight. I mean, we're really not in that business of securing that freight for you, but we do offer that freedom that you can go to pretty much any carrier in the United States, as long as, they meet some certain criteria and they're not part of this ever-growing freight fraud world.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so that aspect of it is really where that driver chooses to run, or how they choose to run it, who they choose to run for, or if they choose to run on their own.
Is the driver going to be able to be successful if you lease? Is it possible to succeed trying to run freight off like load boards and things like that? Just generally, I don't know, trying to fly by night, or do you need to have someone you are locked in with, knowing you're going to have this run or that one from week to week?
And that certainly helps. If you have something locked in, if you've knocked on a door, if you've gone and talked to, the company down the road, if they got something that ships out every Monday, I mean, that definitely helps your costs.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say as someone who has sold in that end of the world before, both for an asset company and as a broker, my advice is call everyone you can, knock on doors, tell them who you are, tell them what you're about, and try to see what they have and see if there's something that can work.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, if you're just going to run load boards, can you make it? Sure, but it's tough. It's tough. So you're not going to make what you want to make, most likely, just depending on that. But that's where kind of leasing on with a carrier may be a better idea right now, because they do have some freight.
Uh-huh.
Or like I said, you knock on some doors and find something of your own, and that's kind of that entrepreneurial spirit that a lot of owner operators have. It's pretty awesome to see when they can pull it off.
I've always heard over the years from so many drivers that if you can find a niche, there are certain freight out there that would be considered a niche freight. And many times, some of these companies that are moving said freight want drivers, want the equipment that is going to be newer equipment, more reliable. They won't take someone that's got an 18-year-old truck.
Well, absolutely. I mean, if you look at it from their perspective, right? I mean, you're an owner-operator leasing on. You know, I used to tell my owner-operators that, you know, I don't pay you. The customers pay you. Because if they don't pay me, I don't have any money to pay you.
Mm-hmm.
So where you go pick up, how you go pick up, that reliability of being there when you say you're going to be there to the best of your ability. I mean, we all know, you know, things happen, such as life. But to the best of your ability to be there when you say you're going to be there, when they need you there, that goes a long way. So, yeah, I mean, as a trucking company, you know, for that ownership and that group, they're always looking for that reliability. And that's where I think new trucks really have that advantage of they are generally going to be more reliable. They are not going to spend nearly as much time in the shop. They're going to be operational at a better rate than something that, you know, is 3, 4, or 5 years old.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me get a quick time out here. We'll return. Luke Lemaster with Tell 360 joins us here on an early Thursday. Hey, if you have questions, he's going to be with us here a few more minutes. Feel free to dial us up at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Back at it here. Get Luke back on the line. So you can learn a lot about Tell 360 via the website, which is tell360.com, TEL360.com. So Luke, you handled, you said, the owner-operator side. If I dialed your number up, would you be the individual I'd be talking to, or?
Once in a great while, if someone's out sick, absolutely. But,
okay.
You know, I have a whole sales team that has been doing it a while, but, you know, if I got to fill in, I'm happy to. So I always like talking to our customers, and, you know, we always make sure I try to make sure they have my number. If they're not getting what they need from my team, then absolutely, I want to talk to them.
So some of the other things I was kind of, viewing the website, I was thinking to myself, if you get new equipment and so a lease expires that truck's now 3 years old, and you're putting them into new equipment. Where do all those 3-year-old trucks go? Do they go to like some used truck sales program, or do you sell them yourself? Or
Yeah, we do. We sell them ourselves. We do equipment sales as well. We also buy equipment. So if you have trucks to liquidate, we'll look at, or not liquidate, but if you have trucks to sell, we'll look at that too. So we do that, and then we also lease fleets, trucks and trailers.
Trucks.
So we'll do. If someone needs 20 new trucks for the year, they want at least 20 new trucks. Trucking company will gladly work with them as well.
I had one of our listening friends kind of explaining to me the premise of keeping the truck in a warranty program kind of thing. I think said they had this was a smaller company, 18 trucks, and the way they had worked it out, every year 6 of those trucks come up for renewal. So every 3 years, 6, 12, 18, they've always got trucks that are operating out there under a manufacturer's warranty.
Yeah, absolutely. We're huge on that. We want, if you're in a lease with us, we want that truck underneath the warranty.
Mm-hmm.
If we can help it. So yeah, and that's just a normal equipment cycle for a company, right? Because you can't, trucks are expensive. You don't want to every 3 or 4 years also be outlaying this giant, that you kind of have a cycle where you're replacing, so many every year, every 2 years, every 3 years. You just kind of keep this cycle going. So, and a lot of companies, it's every 3 to 5 typically for their trucks.
Okay. Well, it's a very, very interesting premise. Who was the prime candidate to come to tell? Who are you looking for out there?
We're looking for people who, kind of twofold, right? I'm looking for the people who've been established owner-operators who, are interested in getting, new iron, essentially. They're interested in that new truck. They're at that point where they need something new. They need something reliable. Maybe they've had their older truck for 4 or 5 years, and that thing's getting to the point where, you're kind of staring down that barrel of, this is about to get pricey. So, that's one candidate that does really well with us, that has that experience, who's been an owner-operator for a while and knows the game, knows what they're doing. Mm-hmm. And then also people who may be interested in getting into it new. We have different programs that we can help you out with, as long as you've been on the road for at least a year. We do feel you kind of got to be out there and learn a little bit before you're really ready to take on that challenge of ownership and the challenge of.
My next question that was going to be my next question. Do you recommend a new driver out there? You have to start somewhere, obviously. So I would start as a company driver somewhere, learn the ropes, and then of course there's a whole heck of a lot more to being a truck driver, owning and running a company. Versus just doing what the company gives you and getting your paycheck every week. You really have to know the ins and outs of financing and running a trucking operation. You don't want to jump into something like this fresh out of truck driving school, or is it even possible?
Not with us.
Not with you? Okay.
Because of that.
Yes.
We do feel you have to, it's a big jump and it's a big leap, and you have to know things, and you have to be able to work your ELD and work your clock and maximize your clock and maximize your time. And you're only going to get that through repetition and practice. And as a company driver, you may make a mistake here and there, and it's not directly coming out of your pocketbook generally. Mm-hmm. So we do. Our belief is that you do need to go spend some time and learn out on the road and learn how to do things and planning your parking and trip planning and all those things, because it makes such a big difference when you are an owner operator. Every penny matters. Every stopping at a truck stop because you like that one more instead of going 30 minutes down the road to maybe one you don't like as much. But when you're a company driver and your company's like, it's fine, stop either one. Cool, you stop at the one you like. If you're an owner operator, well, getting that 30 minutes down the road, maybe it doesn't seem like much, but you do that over and over again, 4 or 5 times over a 3 or 4 year period, where you just gave yourself 3 more hours to run. Mm-hmm. And that's 3 more hours of revenue. And that's 3 more hours of money that you're making. So it's just those little things and understanding freight patterns and what's good and what's bad and, what tolls cost and, where running is going to be higher cost for you and where running is going to be, a little bit easier on your truck, a little bit easier on your engine and a little bit easier on your pocketbook as far as, like I said, tolls and time, getting through traffic and finding a running pattern where you're not stuck all the time sitting in Atlanta.
All right. Well, we're coming up on top of the hour here, so I think we've covered most of the bases. I thank you for spending some time up with us, burning the midnight oil. You're in the Eastern time zone, right? Would have been a little easier if you were maybe out west somewhere, but so we'll let you. Chattanooga, Tennessee. Have you recovered from the flooding down there? I mean, you guys were hit hammered about a week ago.
We were, yeah. I mean, it's cleaned up. Unfortunately, we had, a few people who lost their lives and feel bad, terrible for them and their families. But, we've been able to kind of recover and freeways back open and, neighborhoods are rebuilding. So I know it kind of happened across the country and we were just one that kind of got hit too. So, but definitely starting to pull out of it.
All right. Well, I'll let you call it a day here. Thank you so much. We'll be looking forward to maybe doing this again sometime. We can tell our listening friends out there, you can call Tell at 866-404-6289. Tell them you heard about them on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. They got the promo code Overnight100. You'll save $500 on your first payment, $500 down. Newsbreak, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code Overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House is reportedly considering Budapest as a location for new peace negotiations between Russia, Ukraine, and the U.S.
Administration sources told Politico that the Secret Service is preparing for a trilateral summit in Hungary, which is led by Trump ally Viktor Orban. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt would neither confirm nor deny the report. It's still not clear that the summit will even take place. Russia's foreign minister said on state-run TV that Moscow hasn't ruled out talks with Ukraine, but insisted that the process would unfold gradually. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Nearly a third of businesses are likely to increase prices by the end of the year.
A new report by LendingTree found that more than 30% of businesses surveyed said they expect their prices will be higher in 6 months than they are now, while only 5% said that their prices will go down, and 65% said their prices will remain steady. LendingTree's report also found that businesses in Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Montana, Washington, Oregon, and Vermont were most likely to say they expect to increase prices in the coming months. Survey results come during a period of uncertainty over President Trump's tariff rollout and continued pressure from inflation. I'm Chris Caraccio.
The Israeli military will move forward with plans to take over Gaza City.
According to an Israeli military official, troops reached the city's outskirts and have begun moving tents in for people who will be displaced. The nation's defense minister said he approved mobilizing thousands more reservists and extending orders for others to supply troops as Israel aims to prevent Hamas from planning future attacks. I'm Brian Shook.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 16 points. The S&P 500 fell by 15 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 142 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A jury has convicted a Navy sailor of spying for the Chinese government in San Diego.
25-year-old Jin Chao Wei was assigned to the USS Essex when he was arrested at Naval Base San Diego in 2023. He was convicted on 6 federal counts of taking thousands of dollars to send photos and videos of the ship to a Chinese contact. He'll be sentenced in December, and his maximum sentence could be life in prison. I'm Jack Cronin.
College peers of Brian Koberger says he's creepy.
Koberger pleaded guilty to the murders of 4 undergrads at the University of Idaho. Newly released files show in the weeks after Koberger's arrest, students and instructors at nearby Washington State University viewed the PhD student unfavorably. Koberger's peers recounted their interactions to investigators, with several people detailing aggressive encounters and intense stares from him. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
New research shows that anxiety or fear keeps many kids out of school.
Ipsos surveyed 1,000 parents nationwide on behalf of the Kids Mental Health Foundation and found that anxious or fearful children missed more than a week of school last year. The study showed that 42% of students who missed school claimed they didn't feel well, while 20% said they were too tired to go to class. The National Institutes of Health said more than 1 in 4 kids experience school avoidance, and it's most common among 10 to 13-year-olds, especially those attending new schools. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass flying the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
What do you say? Let's do it again. Off and rolling as we make our way into a brand new day. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. It's down to 68 degrees outside the secret bunker. Not a bad night. Cooling off a little bit. All right, It's been forever and a day since we spoke to Scotty on the air because his entire life has changed since he last called the program. I knew you weren't calling about leasing a truck because you ain't even driving a truck anymore. What's going on, Scotty?
Just another day in paradise, man. I ain't gonna lease no truck. I'm retired.
I knew that.
Doing the Uber deal. Doing the Uber deal just to have some fun,
Right.
Getting ready for a 22-day Australian cruise, and a little bit of fun down under.
So how close in proximity to the battering waves are you in North Carolina?
Well, battering waves, I don't know. We went down there, and earlier me and Jay went down there, and wasn't much more than just a little bit of high tide, and maybe some 7-10 foot waves that didn't look bad.
Not too bad.
No, it wasn't bad at all. We went down there about high tide, and like I said, you could tell the water was a little high. But we haven't had a drop of rain, and we're just 50, 60 miles south of the Outer Banks and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, we haven't had just a little bit of wind and no rain yet. And they're only like 5%, 10% chance of rain even here. But
so even the outer bands mostly may kind of stay off the shore, they're saying?
Yeah, from where we are. Yeah. Like I said, they may get Cape Hatteras and all up in the Outer Banks, they may get a little bit up there, but where we're at, where the new river is, there's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But, like I said...
Battering.
Did you hear, Jay?
What did he say, battering?
He said, yeah, the winds are battering. But, it's, it'll be the first, hurricane really that, I thought I might see a little bit of it since Wilma, really where I was sitting still anyway. Which, that's been 20 years ago.
Right. Well, I guess
we was in Tampa that night.
You should be considering yourself lucky, actually. I mean, this thing's kind of threading the eye of the needle, like 200 miles off the U.S. coast, and then Bermuda getting spared 200 miles to the west of them.
Right. Shooting the uprights.
Mm-hmm.
But it's 650 miles here to Bermuda, and it's literally gone right between. And of course, they said whenever the storm was downgraded to Cat 2, that the wind field would actually spread out, and it did a little bit, but no, it's actually been perfect conditions to stay right between Bermuda and the coast here.
Yeah,
They're going to be the one to watch.
Do you hear that?
What do you say? The next one to be the one?
The
to
next
watch?
one. Yeah.
That would be the one to keep your eye on.
Yeah, because it's taking a more southerly trek, right? And it may have more impacts. Maybe Florida, the Carolinas, could go into the Gulf. I don't know.
Well, it's cooled the waters off now. So, I mean, instead of it heading, to the northeast like that, it may head more toward the coast. But I think I saw some spaghetti models earlier that said that it may just go straight through the Caribbean into the Gulf.
Mm-hmm.
But they can't predict that very well.
Not that
They've done a good job of this one.
Yeah.
But what did the millibars get to this one here whenever it was a Cat 5? Was it stronger in Wilma, or do you know?
It was.
You remember?
It was down to 9-12. I remember that,
Okay,
but I don't know where Wilma was. I don't recall.
866, I believe.
Okay, way down.
But I knew they said it was. Yeah, I knew they said it was. It got down there, but I didn't know if it got down to stronger than what Wilma was or not.
No.
But anyway, we figured we just better call you and check in. Make sure you knew we was safe out here on the coast. That we wouldn't get. We didn't go get no plywood and button down the hatches or anything. But you have to come out and visit us one of these days and go fishing.
So you're just having a hurricane party, right?
Well, it's not much of a party. It's kind of dead for that.
Okay.
But now we'll wait till the next one for that. Maybe we'll be in Australia when it hits.
Okay.
But anyway, like I said, we just wanted to call and check in. Let you know we're still alive and both of us is enjoying his retirement and ain't gonna go back and lease no truck, and we're gonna have fun.
Is Jay?
We're gonna get on a cruise ship and let somebody else do the driving.
So Jay's going. You and Jay going together? 21 days. I mean, we're 3 weeks. What are you going over a week early and then cruising a week or what?
Well, it's 22 days. We're gonna leave here the 15th, go to Raleigh, North Carolina on the 16th. Get up there and then we fly to Seattle that day. We get on the cruise ship the 18th, and we do Hawaii, Tahiti, cross the equator, New Caledonia, French Polynesia, and then 22 days later we end up in Sydney, Australia, and we're going to spend 4 days in Sydney and then fly home.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're going to be gone exactly a month.
That's I'm thinking that probably cost a pretty penny. That ain't a cheap cruise, brother.
The cruise was cheaper than the airfare, believe it or not. But but now we're going to be in a suite, got free drinks everywhere on the boat, and one of those casino deals, because somebody spends too much time in a casino.
Well, yeah, we're speaking to them. Hello.
yeah, but no, it really wasn't all that bad, and like I said, the flight back wasn't all that bad, and we're not flying first class till we get back to the States, and we fly first class back over here to the East Coast. But it's going to be a first class cruise for not a whole lot of money.
Oh, that's good.
Jay's never flown first class, but he's never been in a suite on a cruise too, so that's going to be all new for him too.
He's going to love that. Yeah, that makes it a whole lot more enjoyable. I can vouch for that.
Oh yeah, but. No, it ought to be a good time. We're like I said, we're 29 days away right now, so But anyway, I'll let you get off here. I'll get off here and let you get back to your rat.
All right. Thanks for the update. You and Jay, be safe out there. I guess so. They're kind of getting lucky with Aaron threading, as he said, splitting the uprights between the U.S. and Bermuda there. Who do we have? Philly Dan kicked things off there at the midnight hour. So, good morning from Philly. Rest in peace, Judge Frank Caprio. I didn't catch that headline. I'm trying to recall that was the judge that gave so many people breaks, wasn't it? People would come in, tell their story, and he would actually do things to help them in a time of need. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, 67 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Nice, comfy night out with overcast skies. Looks like we have us a hurricane brewing off the Carolinas. Now, don't you fret, don't you frown. Mr. Steve Sommers will give us the lowdown. All right, there you go. 844-844-3388. Heat up that cup of Joe. Let's go. All right. Hello to the Chicago Feeder checking in here this morning. Rob is on board in Michigan. Brett, good morning from the Mile High City. 79 degrees, clear skies. Looks like we may hit the 100-degree mark today. I was thinking about going to the Rockies game, but I don't know if it's worth sitting in 100-degree heat to watch a horrible baseball team, although they did somehow beat the Dodgers last night. I don't want to wish everyone I did want to wish everyone a happy National Radio Day. And what better way to celebrate than listening to some great live overnight radio with Mr. Sommers? Thank you so much. Trying to remember, was National Radio, was that yesterday or today? I don't know. Well, depending on what part of the country you're in. It is today and yesterday. Hello, TAC. Good morning to the Overnight Drive crew. Let's get the show on the road. 87 here in Hesperia, California. We're headed back east toward the home 20 via Memphis, Tennessee. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Country Bumpkin is in the house. Shorty, I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia tonight, 80 degrees, as he's got Orlando turnaround number 2 underway. Hello to Dennis, who says, I'm with Brain Dead. I'm ready for fall, just not what follows behind it. I wish it could be fall weather all year long. Good morning, friends. Have a great, safe day. Hello to Jeffrey there, Southern Florida, checking in. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, with 74 degrees. Looked like rain, heard some thunder, but we dodged it. I was able to get my delivery off here locally, and I'm off today. Going to have one of my other trucks pick up my Dublin, Georgia load, one for another driver who's out of the country, and I'll get it from him tomorrow or Friday. Interesting how this hack mayor from Washington, D.C., has been spouting off the crime there is down. There's no need for the federal takeover. Yeah, come to find out from numerous reports, it looks like D.C. Metro Police Management had ordered officers to downplay or write up reports stating less severe crimes than what they actually should have been, therefore allowing them to lie about the true stats and how bad they were. Disgusting. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, that is 100% correct. Report this past day said they were fudging the numbers, which is not a surprise to me. All right, Gerald on board. He said the Lieutenant Governor of Florida is going to California to pick up those two that caused that horrific accident in Florida. Yeah, that is correct. Governor DeSantis sending the lieutenant governor to extradite them back to Florida after they illegally left the Sunshine State trying to escape. They flew back to California. They were looking to board a flight back to India, trying to get the hell out of here. But nope. They're going to have to face the music. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 61 degrees, Platkill, New York tonight. Larry is in a rental truck. Let's see. A wiper fell off. Got it back. Hope it stays on there. It is 844-844-3388. We'll check in with, what's his name? Horse Feathers. Coming up here. Plowboys Online and room for you at 844-844-3388.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, miles After mile, ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, cloudy 67 at the bottom of Fancy Gap, Virginia. I-77 southbound. Isn't that the gravel turnpike? I think that's what my dad used to call it. The gravel turnpike. All right, Dirty Harry. Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody's safe out there. Looks like I'm coming out of retirement soon. I'll be joining the New York State DOT here in Buffalo. Go Bills. So when it's snowing like crazy and you're stuck behind a plow, look for the yellow flashing light. The one on my truck will have a flashing yellow middle finger. Oh, that's nice. Hello, Jerry. Good morning. Kokomo checking in. Today at 4 on Fox News, they were talking about trucking and the problems that we all want changed. Everybody be safe out there. All right, on we roll. Hey, Snuffy and Granny. Good morning, Steve. Snuffy and Granny listening from McAllister, Oklahoma tonight. Just went through an attack of severe kidney stones. Took me off the road for 3 weeks. Ouch. I'm doing better now. We're back on the road 4 days now. Never had kidney stones. Don't want to have them. Everyone I know that has said, you don't want them. Hello, Philip. Everybody, good morning from the Sunshine State there. All right, see what's going on with, what did he call you, Pocahontas or something? Crazy Crows? Horse feathers, yeah.
I don't know. You can't keep up with that guy. Talk about a guy that's making up stories. You can only imagine the reports that guy fills out there, with he's got that chocolate icing on his fingers from the Boston cream donuts there from the donut shop, and he's filling out reports and smudging them all over with that chocolate frosting. You can only imagine what comes out of that.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, so wasn't it Spaceman that was kind of giving us play-by-play, blow-by-blow kidney stone deal there at one point there a while back?
He did indeed, yes.
Said he had some that were, like 8 inches or something he was trying to pass or something? I don't know. They were big. But anyways, and so who was it that said he's going to be working for the New York State DOT? He's supposed to be out there plowing snow in Buffalo?
Dirty Harry. Gooder morning.
Dirty Harry. All right, Gooder morning. Yeah, all right. So, well, he's going to have a lot of days off because they just close the roads up there now when it snows. They don't even bother to plow them anymore. They close the road. Back when I was up there, I don't, very rarely, and there'd be a short section of that thruway way out there by Orchard Park. Is it Daryl Parks that lives out there in Orchard Park, the radio guy there?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So he was what? He's a producer of some sort, right? Didn't he produce something there for you guys?
Yeah, he was.
Daryl?
He was the program director. He was the boss.
Director.
Boss man. Yes.
All right. So yeah, I see he's up there in Orchard Park every now and then. And it was yesterday there was National Radio Day. So I mean, it's our yesterday. I don't know. There's still a few more that are still in yesterday. Right. Ain't got to today yet, but I don't know. Straggler's not getting the show out. Dragging along. Come on, catch up, hurry up. But anyways, yeah. So I don't know. back in the day, I don't ever remember them closing roads like that. I remember being out on the thruway saying, man, they shouldn't even be out on this road, but we got work to do, so we got to go. And anyways, so Scotty and Jade are headed down for that cruise there, and did he say they were going to be in Sydney for 4 days before they came back?
Correct.
So are they going to look up Sylvester? I mean, are they going to go down there and crack some brews and drink, go out there on walkabout with Sylvester and be able to visit with him a little bit?
I
don't know where he's at compared to
believe,
Sydney.
I'm pretty sure that they've been in contact via Facebook. Scott was telling me about that a month or so ago. I don't know if they're going to actually get a chance to meet or not. You know, like you said, based on proximity of where the ship is versus where Sylvester is.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, because Australia is not quite that small a place you think it to be. But but hey, if they want to, they can always Shanghai a camel and go out there in the outback and ride a camel around because, as we found out, there's a large camel herd in Australia down there that's just waiting to be captured, and so we'll have to get a full report, see if there are 1 or 2 hump camels there. But anyways, so did you catch? I see one report there of a news reporting team that was out there. Apparently had their van a little too close to the water or something, maybe on the beach, and it looked like the reporter themselves were trying to push the van while the water was up around the wheels, and they were I don't know who was driving. I don't know if they left the camera on a tripod to have them video. Looked like a real dumbass award there. Candidates, but they had the video going, showing as I say, it looked like the reporter with the microphone in his hand trying to push the van, and was waving up around the wheel. So they must have got out on the beach a little far, but I'm sure all the meteorology teams are all out there on the beaches, got everything set up all the way from the Delmarva all the way up to New Jersey, and probably all the way up Cape Cod, and who knows, maybe even all the way up the coast of Maine there, because they all got to be out there because, the wind's going to blow and the rain's going to come down, and somehow or another they're going to have to make that 5-mile-an-hour breeze and the misty water splashing of the waves breaking look like a hurricane. But we know how they try to do that.
Hanging on to the pole, leaning into the wind, trying to stay upright with that, right? In a breeze. All right, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. is looking at the Hungarian capital of Budapest to be the host city for a hoped-for summit.
According to Politico, Budapest is the first choice pick of the U.S. to host a trilateral summit between the leaders of the U.S., Russia and Ukraine. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban is an ally of Putin and on very friendly terms with President Trump. The French President Emmanuel Macron had suggested Geneva, but Putin has reportedly told Trump he'd rather hold the summit in Moscow. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
The FDA is giving approval for a first-of-its-kind glucose monitoring system for weight loss.
Created by startup Signos, a paid membership gets you an AI platform and continuous glucose monitor. The system offers recommendations for weight management based on real-time data. A 3-month membership is priced at $139 a month. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love MediShare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All righty, welcome back. Hey, we do have some updated numbers. How many criminals have been taken off the streets in D.C. since they federalized the police? It's a bunch. Is it panic time for NASCAR? Nobody seemed to be interested in tuning into the race last Saturday night. The numbers, abysmal. How bad are they? First, let me get back to Crazy Horse. There, thanks for hanging in there, Crazy Horse.
Yeah, so there was a race last Saturday?
Yeah, you missed it? So did everybody else.
I didn't, yeah. Apparently. So anyways, hey, now that we got this English language thing back on the books here in the trucking industry, can we add math to that? Can we make people have to be math literate as well as, English speaking, writing proficient?
Yeah, I saw
because
where
apparently this guy
Omar,
this guy Omar
didn't know his numbers.
driving his truck on a parkway in New York, outside Syracuse, New York. There, apparently couldn't calculate. Apparently, it must have been the conversion. I think it was the conversion, Your Honor, from metric to the foot and inch measurement, maybe, that confused him, because he tried to take his 13.6 truck underneath a 10.9 bridge. Of course, in New York, 10.9 really means 11.9, unless, of course, the sign says actual height. And but anyways, being in New York and New Jersey, pretty much if you see a sign that says Parkway, pretty much means no commercial traffic is allowed on that road. It's just kind of one of those things that is there, that if it's a parkway, and if you're in New Jersey or New York, you pretty much, commercial traffic is not allowed on that road. There's a few exceptions, but if you see it, you might as well just plan on you're not supposed to be there. And anyways, so he did a good job there. Not only did he hit the bridge, he also put his truck on its side so that they had a good mess to clean up. Mm-hmm. But anyways, there. So I thought that was kind of interesting. And speaking of trucks and interesting things there, and the weather, so yesterday morning, pretty much all day yesterday was kind of a foggy, misty, overcast, kind of just ugly kind of day that, never really got past, having misty rain come down. So anyways, I was headed out of Lancaster, PA, headed for Harrisburg up 283, and riding alongside one of these dry bulk tankers with wide base singles on the trailer, and I don't know, I was probably 100 feet off the back end of him there, getting ready to kind of roll on past, because he was going a couple miles an hour slower than me in the right lane. And so all of a sudden, in the dark, his left taillights disappear. I'm like, well, that's interesting. And about that time, there's all kinds of debris flying through the air that's landing all over the place. And this is moving along here at about 65, 67 miles an hour, and it's like, well, that's guess the only thing we can do is, I don't know, what was that term that we used to find out about was, maintain the lane, because there's not a whole lot of other things we're doing at this point, so other than driving right straight through. And apparently the wide base tire on the rear axle decided that it did not want to have air pressure anymore, and detonated. And so anyways, being in the dark and the misty rain and all that there, and I was kind of surprised that I didn't hear it. I mean, I was close enough that so I'm thinking this tire just lost a lot of pressure, easily, and then kind of came apart. But the driver really didn't realize it happened, and I don't know if he could. I didn't pay enough attention to know if he lost his rear marker light there on the back, and that would be about the only thing he would have been able to see at that point to know anything was going on. So I kind of got his attention there and let him know he should move over into the shoulder and check out what was going on. So he got it figured out. But yeah, I got down to where I had to do my delivery and didn't find any damage or any pieces of anything of his attached to my vehicle. So everything worked out all right that way. But I can say that's probably about the closest I've been to one of these tires, out on the highway when they detonate. I've been a ways back before, be a quarter mile back or something. You can see them happen, and you got time to react, to move, change lanes or do whatever to avoid stuff. But that's probably been about the closest. So anybody that thinks it's a good idea to ride alongside these trucks and alongside these big tires, and you just never know when one of them are going to let go and send shrapnel flying, because not only was it pieces of tire, it was, fenders, mud flaps, taillight brackets and whatever else, mud flap brackets and whatever other pieces that thing was knocking off the trailer as it was flopping around there. So that was kind of an interesting experience. But anyways, we spent probably the first 45 minutes of your show trying to get the load put on the trailer, so I didn't get to catch all the loop there. But I did catch the last 15 minutes, and it sounded pretty good there. So sounds like if people have interest in it, sounds like it might be a good deal to at least look into, another option. So, anyways. But other than that, that's about what we got going for you. We haven't seen any rain since the midnight hour since your show started again here. So
everything's
I
north.
guess we're doing good that way.
Everything's north and east of you now, up there toward the Boston area. Yeah, it's been forever and a day. We actually heard from Spaceman last week, and look, lo and behold, his cohort in crime, Lobster. How the hell are you?
Top of the morning to you, King Steve. I'm doing great.
Well, give us a full report. It's been a while. I'm saying it's been over a year.
A little less. About this time of the year, generally, I call this summer camp season when they drag me up, out of Pittston, Pennsylvania, to run the doubles on the New York Thruway and up into Mass. But this week I'm working out at Canastota, New York, over near Horsefeather's old stomping grounds. I've been sending me some odd places. I'm about 50 miles north of Fort Drum right now, on my way back, and going to grab another one. I've been to Geneva, New York, places I didn't even know they had distribution centers, but when they need help, they show me the money. And I tease the terminal manager out of Albany who controls this area. And I says, I'm at Aunt Jen's summer camp. She goes, yeah, that just doesn't sound good. She goes, that sounds like a porno movie or something. And she gets a good laugh out of it. It's the majority of our upper management are women. And I'll tell you what, this place runs so smooth, Steve. It blows my mind. After dealing with predominantly male senior management, dispatchers and stuff, it's refreshing because you don't have this. I don't know. There seems to be, when you're dealing with another guy, even if you're not on the same level, you're in a competition with the guy and competing with him. And I'm not competing with the women here. Just here to do my job and all that. We got a lot of rain up this way. At the hotel I'm at's over in Rome, New York, and it rained all day. There was a lot of rain came down. It's I have 49 degrees. I'm almost back down here by Fort Drum now. Yeah, peaceful and quiet. We're enjoying life. I was watching Spaceman on Facebook. I haven't had a chance to call him. I think I passed him on the highway on 81 one night earlier this year, after he got back to work. I'm not 100% sure, but never know what we're doing. Just, the bread's still rolling around and all that. They're doing a lot more automation over here. In the warehouses, the one warehouse over in Ellenwood, Pennsylvania, by the federal prison. It's incredible to watch all this automation because there's so much manual labor, and they've cut back on waste, improved accuracy, and they have 100% dependability. Robot always comes to work.
Yeah, no sick days.
No sick days, no vacation, no health insurance. The facility that I'm working out of in Canastota, New York, there's some kind of labor unrest going there, and everything is running late getting out of there. That place will never see automation. It's not large enough, but when you get 6 or 8 guys that have to break down these loads and build them up for different locations, and they don't come to work, and you have to bring temp agency in, you run into big time delays. You know what? When the trailer's loaded and they say, hey, it's ready to go, you go. I can't change that end of it. I just come out here and I'm enjoying myself. I think I'm only doing this for the rest of this week, and then I'll be back to my usual 5 a.m. start back out of Pittston, Pennsylvania. Nick.
Gotcha.
How's the world treating you, your family, and the rest of the callers?
Doing well. Grandkids are all, you wouldn't believe how big they're getting. Rowan's 13. He's taller than you, Lobster, which, of course, that's not saying much. He's taller than me.
Fight me.
Hey, I do know you lost one of your fur babies over the past year. How's the rest of the dachshund crew doing?
I lost one of my cats, King George. The cat
kitty.
used to ride in the truck with me when I did the long haul. My red tiger that I got from I got him from Mermaid at Louisville in 2011, and he passed away in his sleep one night. My 4 little wiener dogs are doing great. My oldest guy just turned 18 years old last Thursday, and when I get home on Saturday afternoon, we'll do a little birthday party for him. All 4 of them are doing good. No big Oktoberfest up in my way this year to do, any of the wiener dog racing. And my youngest guy's 12 years old now, so, he's not as much into the wiener dog racing either. Now, if you're really interested, I know it's a hike for you. In Findlay, the end of September, they do the National Wiener Dog Racing Championship.
Okay.
If you're ever interested in that, it doesn't work out for me to go because I take my vacation around the beginning of October, and a lot of people I know, a couple of friends of mine, they're sheriff's deputies in Orlando, Florida area. They've had champions for years, and it's like I just don't get over there to see them.
Right.
Yeah, but like I say, nothing else. Oh, you know what? I completely forgot. The segment you had with your guest about the leasing.
Yes.
Really interesting. I'm glad that you had somebody on that explains that. One of the things that caught my ear before I had to go in and unload the trailer was we send you your contract, however method, a week before you sign it and come pick your truck up. So your lawyer can get a good look at it.
Everybody.
A lot of these predatory trucking, a lot of these predatory trucking companies, they don't give you that. They kind of drag you in the office and do the hard sell to you. And I really like that. And just based on the short little bit that I caught, I like the disclosure. I don't know if you want to call it honesty, but disclosure is, look, we can't finance everybody. We can't do this. They're not making a blanket statement. We're putting everybody in a truck. And I like that. Look, I learned my lesson. I did it twice. I turned the one truck in whose facility, they have a facility right around the corner from me, and their other facility in Springfield, Missouri. I turned that truck in because I couldn't run illegal enough for them back in the day. Yeah, they didn't care. As long as you ran the freight, at least in the tanker division where I was, they didn't care what you did. And to the point was I just physically, I couldn't do it anymore. And the next thing that I mentioned is you have to have discipline. Because I got into the IRS, I owed the IRS about $200,000 at one point. And you really have to have a little bit more than just pride in what you do when you become an owner-operator. You have to have the discipline. Hey, all right, I'm paying double Social Security or whatever. I need to set my quarterly taxes, my IFTA, and all these other things, either as as a sole proprietor, LLC. I made a lot of stupid rookie mistakes. Again, on the first go-round, I did okay. Second time was even worse because I was, I knew better and I didn't do any better. But now I'm happy where I'm at. I have a few more years to go. I've made an exact determination when I'm going to retire, but within the next few years, and I can start collecting my New York State pension from New York City Transit in 3 more years. So we'll see where it goes. I may have a second pension here with the, enough rolled in here with the Teamsters and all that to have 2 pensions. We'll see how it goes.
Very good.
Right. Other than that, I need to stop, and I'm going to go beat on the door of Wolfman down here in Fort Drum and annoy him while I get a cup of coffee real quick. And it's been a pleasure. Maybe I get a chance to call tomorrow night.
All right, yeah, a couple more nights you'll be out there. Thank you. Very good to hear from Lobster. There you go. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Alrighty, back at it here. See what Plowboy has going on this Friday Eve. Morning, Plowboy.
Good morning, Steve. Well, I did have a couple of questions, but I'll call us sometime next week. But so they got a couple, 2 or 3 people kind of interested. I don't know why. But, thanks for bringing me on right behind Lobster. Lobster, you're not going to believe this. I am a Teamster now. I'm working at a plant, but yeah, you never thought you would hear that now. Lobster, now did you?
You've come over to the dark side.
Unfortunately, but fortunately, and I'm loving it. Damn near 6 figures every year. And I mean, only thing I hate is just the occasional, oops, is somebody going to do something to put us out of work. That's my biggest fear right now. We just came close to it with another organization that delivers this plant up here. They were teetering on it, and it's like, oh, grief, are we going to be at work tomorrow night? Yeah. But fortunately, they got everything under the table and then just back in the I don't really have all that much. Steve, did you happen to see, is there going to be anything left in California before Gavin Newsom gets done? The reason I was asking this is Brawley, California used to be a big sugar shipper. And I forget, 700 and some odd people I've seen they just displaced, coming up here not very far away. And they're moving everything, I think, out of Minnesota with the sugar beets. I mean, just like one thing after another is leaving California. But that's about all I got. But I do like to give Lobster a word of wisdom. Don't breathe too deep up there in New York City. You touched on this one yet? There's 4 or 5 people up there in some of these buildings that passed away of a disease I've not even ever knew was in our country. Legionnaire's disease?
Yes.
Is that something coming back?
It tends to grow in, I know back when I was helping out at an HVAC company, when you got these big cooling towers, big AC units, it's notorious for growing in those environments. But I think there's more than 100 cases now. Several have died up there in New York. Legionnaire's disease. 844-844-3388. Coming up, Philip's on board. We'll get to the Knuckle Buster, see what kind of baloney we got here on a Thursday. And, of course, room for you. I mentioned the numbers. More than 550 arrests have been made in D.C. since the federal takeover of police there. FBI Director Kash Patel writing this past day, 66 more arrests across all federal agencies last night. Kash apparently joined partners in 41 of those arrests, recovered 6 illegal firearms, 8 drug seizures, saving lives every day thanks to the men and women in the field. Attorney General Pam Bondi said 76 illegal firearms have been taken off the street. 66 arrests yesterday. 8 illegal firearms. 1 arrest warrant. One arrest was a warrant on a juvenile for armed robbery in Washington, D.C. Bondi said U.S. Marshals are offering a $500 reward for any information leading to an arrest. Together, we will make D.C. safe again. Of course, we now have National Guard from West Virginia, South Carolina, Mississippi, Louisiana. I know Ohio sent some over there, joining the D.C. Guard. The White House credits this initiative with a drop in reported crime, obviously, since the deployment began earlier this month. Don't think it would be a good idea to be out there with, armed or unarmed. Doesn't matter, per se. The National Guard members standing right there, you don't want to have them witness, because right around the corner is going to be somebody that's going to take you down. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A historic European capital could serve as the backdrop for the next round of peace talks to end the war in Ukraine.
Both sides have yet to agree to a meeting, but Politico was first to report that negotiations may take place in Budapest, Hungary. The country is led by Viktor Orban, a staunch ally of President Trump, who may join leaders from Ukraine and Russia for trilateral negotiations that could end the war. Russia's foreign minister said on state-run TV Tuesday that Moscow hasn't ruled out talks with Ukraine, but insisted that the process would unfold gradually. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Federal Reserve officials are concerned over tariffs, inflation, and labor markets.
Recently released minutes from the Fed's July meeting showed a divided board after two governors voted against the decision to hold rates steady, marking the first time multiple governors rejected a rate decision in more than 30 years. The governors also noted rising threats to the economy that would warrant monitoring, as well as the possibility of facing difficult trade-offs due to more persistent inflation and a weakened labor market. President Trump has pressured the Fed for months to cut rates, criticizing Chairman Jerome Powell and the board. I'm Chris Caraccio.
The FDA is warning the public about eating a certain great value raw frozen shrimp sold at some Walmart stores across the nation.
The agency issued the warning after Customs and Border Protection alerted the agency about possible cesium-137 contamination. It's a radioactive isotope from shipping containers. Frozen shrimp from the distributor has tested positive, but the FDA says no shrimp that is tested positive has entered the U.S. food supply. The product is sold at Walmart stores in more than a dozen states. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 16 points. The S&P 500 fell by 15 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 142 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Several states are sending hundreds of National Guard troops to Washington, D.C. The governors of West Virginia, South Carolina, Ohio, Mississippi, and Louisiana.
According to a social media post from West Virginia's governor, the efforts will be federally funded, and the state's National Guard will provide mission-essential equipment and training. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The CEO of Target is stepping down from the position after more than a decade.
Brian Cornell will depart from the retail giant after a continued decline in sales over backlash from its retraction of diversity, equity, and inclusion hirings. Target has selected its current chief operating officer, Michael Fidelke, as Cornell's replacement. However, Cornell will stay with the company in an executive chairman role. I'm Michael Kastner.
Limiting alcohol intake is good for blood pressure.
That's according to new guidelines from the American Heart Association and the American College of Cardiology. The doctors recommend not drinking at all, but say men should keep drinks to no more than 2 a day and just 1 drink a day for women. It's the first time the National guidelines for minimizing the risk of hypertension have been updated since 2017. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Millions of monarch butterflies are beginning to migrate across North America.
The butterflies are leaving their summer breeding grounds for a 3,000-mile trek to parts of California and Mexico. According to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the migration typically runs from mid-August through mid-November, as monarch butterflies cannot survive prolonged cold conditions. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It wasn't that long ago I was sharing reports about the birds migrating to the north. You just heard in the news break, the monarch butterflies are beginning their trek to the south. And the birds are doing the same. In other words, they know what's a-coming. Yeah, from They actually have a birdcast website where they track the migrating birds. And the post from this past day says it's that time of year. And tonight, as we speak, 169 million birds are expected to be on the Noob, following last night's 200-plus million migrating birds headed south. Yeah, the map tonight features much of the eastern half, about a third of the country anyway. Big movements through portions of Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, headed toward Texas. Southbound, you can help migrating birds by keeping feeders and bird baths clean. Turn off your lights at night. Keep your cats indoors. Okay. They've got a number of maps they share there, but yeah, we know the change in the season is coming, right? And as we mentioned in our first hour, that first major taste of fall coming our way, starting between Friday and Sunday through much of the Midwest and eventually into the Northeast early next week. We'll head on down to Florida. It's off to work we go on a Friday eve. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. Hey, I got a lot of stuff for you today, buddy. Going to be a busy week for space coming up. Got a launch today. Going to be tonight, a little bit after 11. They're going to launch that little mini space shuttle on a SpaceX rocket. I don't know if you read about that or not, the 37. You hear about that, Steve?
I can't say that I have.
Yeah, they're going to be launching it out tonight. They wanted to wait for Aaron to go by a little bit more. It's only a 65% chance they're going to launch it, but we'll see how it goes. Hopefully they'll get it off. This little plane is going to be carrying, it's going to be a Space Force launch. It's carrying a quantum sensor. It's a common way of saying it. But, Steve, they're going to try to get away from GPS. You know what GPS is, or Steve, right?
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, they're going to try to get away from it. Instead of sending a signal up with radioactive waves and whatnot, radio waves, they're going to be sending it through with a laser, and this quantum sensor, it's got a big long name for it, but you don't need GPS with it. It's going to be using quantum technology and quantum science to figure out where you're at. And we know quantum science is what we developed a lot of our nuclear stuff off. It works off of electrons and neutrons and all that stuff. So it's going to be interesting if they can get this thing off the ground. They're wanting to get away from GPS because GPS can be taken down. With this, you don't need GPS. And Musk tested this a little bit when he had that private crew mission where they sent signal from their spaceship or their capsule over to a Starlink satellite with laser and sending, information over a laser instead of sending it over a, regular radio signal. So that's happening tonight. And then Starship is happening Sunday. I don't know if you heard about that or not, Steve. 6:30 Sunday.
Yeah.
They're going to try the next Starship launch, so it's going to be interesting. And then also I seen that the Block 3 Starship setup is almost complete. The next big booster is going to be Block 3, and they showed that some of that came out this week. And they're changing that thing up big time with that big booster. They're going to have the grid fins on it are going to be different.
Yep.
And they're also, with the Starship itself, they're changing the way they're going to be catching it. So don't be surprised if you see a Starship catch pretty soon. I think they're not going to do the booster catch on this one. But when they get into this Block 3, the next generation of these booster and the Starship, they're going to be catching it a lot different. They're going to be doing things a lot different than what they've been doing. So this next test is going to be a lot more of how the vehicle comes in so they can eliminate pressure on the vehicle to make it where it can survive. And I think that's what's been happening with a lot of the stuff that's been happening with it. They've had it coming back, and it's had too much angle of attack and different things happening to where it's just ripping everything apart. So we'll see how that plays out. Other than that, how's your night going, buddy?
Doing well, just rolling on Friday Eve. So, yeah, looking toward the weekend.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, looking for the weekend. Then I go to work at the other place, work there. Have my day off on Sunday. Did I hear you say one of the drivers was doing a Orlando to Brunswick turn twice?
It's Shorty. Shorty does. He does. Actually, he does from Columbus. He does Columbus to Orlando, but he was checking in from Brunswick this morning. That's Shorty.
Oh, okay. Well, Shorty, I'm down here in Maitland on I-4. I'm not sure where you're at, buddy, but that's where I'm at right now. You ever get down here, Steve's got my stuff. Just get with Steve. Steve can give you my info, and maybe we can hook up or talk.
Right,
so,
right.
But I think you've heard you talk about Shorty. I think I've passed Shorty before out here on I-4. But that's all we got going on. Another busy day at the park. Yesterday we were busy. I was at the Grand Floridian yesterday. Today I'll be at the Contemporary. So anybody wants to stop by and see me, I'll be at the Contemporary or driving the Contemporary monorail. So other than that, buddy, that's all I got today. Y'all have a good day, and everybody be safe out there. Thank you.
Thanks for checking in. Off to work we go. So, all right, so a busy few days coming our way when it comes to space. Starship, they need to turn things around theirs. With this last failed launch, yes, I've heard some saying that it may be a program that, you can't get it right. All right, a little more detail as we've been following, the Florida tragedy late last week. Some of this we touched on last evening, but in case you missed it, federal regulators have uncovered multiple violations over the last 2 years leading up to last week's truck crash in Florida. In addition, the driver who attempted that illegal U-turn failed his English proficiency exam that was administered after the crash. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said this crash was a preventable tragedy directly caused by reckless decisions compounded by despicable failures. Non-enforcement and radical immigration policies have turned the trucking industry into a lawless frontier, resulting in unqualified foreign drivers improperly acquiring licenses to operate 40-ton vehicles. We will use every tool at our disposal to hold these states and bad actors accountable. Now, he said the FMCSA's investigation into the crash will focus on the driver, identified as Harjinder Singh, and the company he was driving for, a.k.a. White Hawk Carriers. Investigators have reviewed driver qualification files, obtained in-cab and forward-facing video footage of the crash, conducted interviews with the driver. During their interview with the driver, investigators administered the English language proficiency assessment. In accordance with the FMCSA guidance, the driver failed the assessment, providing correct responses to just 2 of 12 verbal questions and only accurately identifying 1 of 4 highway traffic signs. Looking into the driver's background. Now, this, again, I found interesting because reports stated he's been driving for this, what is it, White Hawk? Yeah, White Hawk Carriers since 2018. Now, it says Washington State issued the driver a regular full-term commercial driver's license on July 15th of 2023, for which asylum seekers or individuals without legal status are not eligible. That's 5 years in the country. Driving with what? Was no license? Just questions I have. California issued the driver a limited term non-domiciled CDL July 23rd of last year, 2024, which the FMCSA is investigating to determine was this issued in accordance with federal regulations. Then we knew New Mexico State Police conducted a roadside inspection of the driver July 3rd of this year, issued a speeding ticket. No indication that an English language proficiency assessment was administered, according to the DOT. New Mexico apparently has not yet begun enforcing the English language proficiency as an out-of-service condition. So we can now say we know California isn't, and apparently New Mexico is another state that is not, despite the requirement being in effect since June the 25th. All right. Yeah, following the executive order issued in May by the president, Duffy reintroduced strict enforcement of the out-of-service violations for drivers that fail the English language requirements. That was followed in June by the nationwide compliance review by the FMCSA of states issuing non-domiciled CDLs. Those are issued by a state to a person who is not a resident of that state. They're typically issued to individuals from foreign countries, excluding Mexico and Canada, or to those whose state of residence is prohibited from issuing a CDL. Obviously, citing ongoing concerns, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association is urging the DOT to immediately suspend states' authority to issue these non-domicile CDLs. At a minimum, they said this suspension must remain in place until the DOT has completed their review of the non-domiciled CDL issuance and implemented appropriate measures to make sure CDLs are only being issued to qualified drivers. That was a letter issued to Sean Duffy here, I believe, on Tuesday of this week. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
See what's going on with... Somebody got some baloney. Hello, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Was Crazy Horse trying to insinuate that he had trouble understanding good old Southern redneck, Steve?
I believe that's a good assessment, yes.
Yeah, well, I know our language is a little whopper-jawed anyway, right? You even know what whopper-jawed means?
I don't know that I do.
Crooked.
Okay.
A little bit crooked. That'll be about right. And anyway, I bet he knows when he sees a good-looking, scantily-clad senorita, he goes, good googa-mooga, baby. He don't know what that means, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, I'm headed back down here to Texas again. We're going to just keep right on trucking on. I apologize for not calling in last night. Yesterday was the 2-month anniversary when Tina passed, so I was kind of like not really. I just really didn't want to talk to nobody. You know?
I got you. Yeah, not a problem.
And I've told people to just shut the hell up, quit asking me how I'm doing, because I ain't never going to be right no more, which I don't know. Probably wasn't right to start with there, right? If you answer that, I'm going to get on to you. Well, we talked about a green swamp thing over in South Carolina. We thought it was monkey gouger. Well, they got one over there in West Virginia. Isn't that pretty close to Gilligan's hometown? Over in Virginia. Doesn't he live up there in Virginia?
Yeah, yep, he sure does. Up at the upper right corner of West Virginia, I think he is.
Yeah, okay. Well, they found this story up there about a swampy thing that can run 100 mile an hour with a car there, keep up with it. So, what kind of goofy stuff is Gilligan messing with there? So, I don't know. Might be up there pretty close to his. How much you think one of them space suits weigh, Chief?
That I have no clue.
250 to 310 pounds. But it's not bad once you get up into space with it because you don't hardly notice it. But down here on the Earth, it's a pretty heavy object there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd hate to be wearing a 250-pound suit. That'd be kind of hard to mess around with there. No offense to your new sponsor there, but I'm not looking to buy a truck, Steve. I'm looking to get the hell out of these damn things. I'm already 67, going on 68, so maybe he'll find somebody to buy one of them trucks.
I think you're not in the category of a prospect looking to purchase or start a new career as an owner-operator.
No, when I retire, I'm going to become a private security guard. I guess I could go to work for Taylor Swift if I had to, but no, I told my daughter today, she flies all over the place. I said, well, when I retire, I'll just get my ticket, fly up to wherever you're at, and get my own motel room, and I can be your personal security guard. You'll be as good as Taylor Swift. So
there you go.
She thought that was a good idea, Steve. Yeah, we take care of her and all these bad places she goes to. She was up there in Pennsylvania this week. She'll be flying back home in the morning there. Somewhere up there pretty close to Philadelphia, so I don't know. I know Philadelphia's not a good place to be hanging out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And don't they have a lot of violent crime up there?
Especially in an area known as the Kensington, the open drug market. It's like being in a zombie world.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've heard today that Memphis has made the #1 murder capital of the world today, so I don't know. That may be true, may not. I don't know. I haven't just somebody told me it was, or maybe just the murder capital of the country, because they kill a lot of people up. I'll be glad when they kill all each other, and then we won't have to worry about them there, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, and anyway, enough of all my bull on it. I'm already over here on US 59. Well, it's going to be new 369 south there when they get it all the concrete poured and stuff. So. But anyway, you get on 2-lane road in Texas, you can run 75 mile an hour, Steve. So that's good in my book. You reckon y'all ever raise the speed limit to 75 on a 2-lane road?
I can't see that happening myself. Nope.
We'll get 85 down there on that toll road down there. That's my kind of trucking.
Mm-hmm.
Just gas on it. But watch out for them cars, because you can bet your ass they running about 95 or at least 100. But that policeman down there, he'll be waiting on them. He probably won't give them but about 3 over. The rest of them will get them blue lights on them. So, all right, I'm still listening. I'll call in later in that loneliest hour there. Steve.
All right, roll safely out there, Knucklebuster. Have a great morning. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tell gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. is looking at the Hungarian capital of Budapest to be the host city for a hoped-for summit.
According to Politico, Budapest is the first choice pick of the U.S. to host a trilateral summit between the leaders of the U.S., Russia and Ukraine. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban is an ally of Putin and on very friendly terms with President Trump. The French President Emmanuel Macron had suggested Geneva, but Putin has reportedly told Trump he'd rather rather hold the summit in Moscow. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
The FDA is giving approval for a first-of-its-kind glucose monitoring system for weight loss.
Created by startup Signos, a paid membership gets you an AI platform and continuous glucose monitor. The system offers recommendations for weight management based on real-time data. A 3-month membership is priced at $139 a month. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people, people love Medishare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, did somebody say there was a NASCAR race this past Saturday night? I know when we heard from Brain Dead yesterday morning, he mentioned the fact that he totally forgot about it. Me personally, I didn't even realize it was on Saturday night. Apparently a lot of other people didn't as well. It's probably time to end Saturday night NASCAR races. I'm looking from one of the racing blogs. It pains me to say it. I love good Saturday night race, but if they race on Saturday night and nobody watches, did they actually race? That's what the sport is grappling with today, and what they will likely be dealing with for the foreseeable future. There are only 3 reported Saturday night races next season. 3. Now, that's low for any 36 race cup season. Real low, perhaps it's 3 too many. Take a look at the ratings from last weekend's race at Richmond. Well, the number is small. Whoa, Nelly. A Nielsen of, 0.75, 1.4 million viewers for a NASCAR Cup race. That is embarrassing. No other way to spin it, he says. Fans have spent all summer bitching and moaning about the playoff format. But why should they do the sport a darn thing about it if none of those winners are watching? Or whiners, that would be. He said, I honestly don't remember a number that low for a cup race. Now, here's some context. Friday night, the truck race reached nearly 500,000 viewers, which was the highest rated truck race since May. In no world should a truck race be, first of all, hitting highs while a cup race is reaching lows, and number 2, only 1 million viewers off from the cup race. That's uncomfortably close, and it should not happen. So the question is, what's going on? Is it a NASCAR problem? Is it a Saturday night problem? Is it next-gen fatigue? Yeah, the race was actually a pretty good race, so you can't blame Richmond. I'm going to go with Saturday night. Actually, scratch that. Saturday night and USA Network. You can't have a Saturday night race and put it on cable and expect a great return on investment. Thank you very much. You got a lot of things working against you there. Quick scan of the history books tells you that another race with similar disinterest took place at Bristol in 2023. That race scored a 1.56. It was held on Saturday night during football season. It was on USA Network. Strike 1, 2, and 3. You can see from the handy chart I created, the 2023 NASCAR Cup Series season was actually bad from start to finish. Now, at least this Saturday's regular season finale at Daytona is on NBC, and it's also Daytona. The dreadful number we saw last week should tick up. If it doesn't, it would officially be panic time. Well, remember, we were talking about the announcement day before yesterday. O'Reilly Auto Parts picking up what has been known as the second-tier series. And, of course, being the full-time sponsors starting next year, all the racing action will be on the CW, the CW network, which most households have free, right? It's got ABC, NBC, CBS, the CW in most markets. All right, and that's free. You know where to tune. NASCAR and baseball, football, all these sports going to this mishmash. One week it's on Amazon Prime. The next week it's on the Peacock. But, of course, all of these being subscription networks, you got to pay a monthly fee to see them. I think that is probably the biggest. Now, USA Network, that's a cable network. you got to have the cable TV. And I, like so many others, I cut the cable a little over a year ago. The prices, it ain't worth it anymore. And I'm also not going to subscribe to a half dozen different $9.99 or $19.99 a month subscriptions to see a sport. I can live without NASCAR. Hell, I can live without baseball. I can live. Sports is not a live or die thing. Monday morning rolls around whether you watch the race on Sunday. Tomorrow rolls around whether you watched the Super Bowl on Super Bowl Sunday. Good morning, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. What's that? Super Bowl?
Right.
I've no idea what that is. Well, it's been the Super Bowl really just has not been interesting in a long damn time. So I could care less who wins, who don't. Unless Dallas is in there or Houston is in there, then maybe I'll watch. But other than that, I guess I won't be watching the Super Bowl for any time in the near future, huh? Well, I'm down here in your former neck of the woods where you were doing your cowboy radio station country thingy, where you come up with the phrase "Jehovah-Hooas."
Dalton, Georgia.
Well, I'm close, I guess. I'm around Calhoun right now.
Okay, yep.
Heading up to Nashville, yeah. So, anybody up here you want me to say hey to besides the Georgia Peach?
You can holler out. All of her sisters are down there now. Tina, Gail, Myra, Mama.
Hey, y'all. I don't want to wake them up.
They understand that.
Catch you on the replay.
That's exactly what they would say. Hey, y'all.
Oh, well, it does not surprise me about New Mexico. I mean, hell, we're last in everything that's good, and then the top three of everything that's bad. Well, it's a very blue state. Well, it shouldn't be. It's like 55-45, but they got everything district to where there's hardly any Republican representation. So, I mean, if you want to talk about a state that's gerrymandered, that one there is one of them. So, yeah, it's amazing. Guys stop for speeding, can't speak a word English, and they let him go with a smile and a ticket.
Yep.
He's probably looking at that going, is this a new form of toilet paper?
Yeah, and then 6 weeks later, kills 3 in Florida.
Good night. Well, the blood's on our state's hands, too, because we contributed to the delinquency of a non-English-speaking foreigner. I mean, I've got no problems if you come over here and you want to be a citizen and you want to learn the language and you actually do and become a citizen. I don't think any of us have a problem with that. I just get tired of the people demanding that we have special channels for them to watch because they don't speak English. Demand that they have interpreters because they don't speak English. I mean, hell, here about 6 or 7 years ago, I had to go to Santa Fe for a jury pool, and it was an accident where the victim thought she needed more money than what the company had already paid her. And I kept hearing somebody speak in Spanish, rather hushed, while the judge was speaking. And I said, when we finally got to talking about, our opinions about this potential case, I said, excuse me, how long has this person been in the country? 27 years. I said, 27 years? And she hasn't taken the time to learn the English language? Well, obviously, one side of the party decided, hey, I was a good pick. Of course, the other side of the party said, no, we're not using him. So, sometimes it just doesn't pay to speak your mind until you get up to the top where you can matter when you say something. But, I mean, that numbnut was here since 2016, 2018, and he still did not learn English. No, they need to bury him under the courthouse when he dies, and then 1,000 years later send his bones, if anyone remembers where they're at, to wherever the hell he come from. I mean, I wonder if that would be an offense that could qualify for the death penalty. That, and if it does, use it. Stop letting them live 30 years on death row. Just, hey, you've had 3 strikes, you're out. Now it's time to meet old Sparky or go to sleep like a dog. So, anyways, I know my opinions don't really matter too much, but they do to me. So, anyways, just ask me, I'll tell you. All right, yeah, Gilligan does live in West Virginia. He ain't too far away from the Virginia line, but he does live in West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
And he's proud of it. You ask him, he'll tell you. So, other than that, did I miss anything extra special today besides that?
All I know is, according to the Babylon Bee, the headline is California has issued a commercial driver's license to Stevie Wonder.
Oh, sure wish I finished training Swift. That's funny. Well, it's like Blind Man says they called him asking him about his auto insurance. He says, yeah, I'll drive a car once you put the sticks out in the front so I can figure out where I'm at. That's crazy. Well, other than that, I just got up here about an hour and a half ago, so I'm really still trying to get all the fog and stuff out of my head so I can actually drive instead of going all over the place. So I'll let you go. You have yourself a good morning, Senor.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in. Senor Heatwave, you do the same. Have a good morning. Bed Bath & Beyond. There's a company. I know that they were one of many that have been struggling, coming out of bankruptcy, but they're looking to return. But one place you will not find a Bed Bath & Beyond store, brick and mortar, will be in the state of California, according to the executive chairman Marcus Lemonis this past day. This is not about politics, he said. It's about reality. California's system makes it nearly impossible for business to succeed, and I will not put our company, our employees, or our customers in that position. Bed Bath & Beyond will continue to ship to customers, but we are cutting out the overregulated, expensive, and risky environments for businesses in the state. We will not open or operate retail stores in California. This is the reality. It's one of the most overregulated, expensive, risky environments for business in America. It's a system that makes it harder to employ people, harder to keep doors open, harder to deliver value to customers. The result, higher taxes, higher fees, higher wages that many businesses simply cannot sustain, endless regulations that strangle growth. Even when the state announces a budget surplus, it's built on the backs of ordinary citizens who are paying too much and businesses that are squeezed until they break. At Bed Bath & Beyond, our responsibility is to our customers and our shareholders. We will not participate in a system that undermines both. Instead, we are investing in a California strategy that works. 24 to 48-hour delivery, and in many cases, same-day service. Californians will still be able to get the products they love through bedbathandbeyond.com. And without the inflated cost created by an unsustainable model. We're taking a stand because it's time for common sense, they said. Businesses deserve the chance to succeed. Employees deserve jobs that last. And customers deserve fair prices. California's system delivers the opposite. That's why Bed Bath & Beyond will serve California customers directly through our website on our terms with their best interest at heart. Governor Newsom's press office released a sneering response after the announcement saying, "We thought Bed Bath & Beyond no longer existed."
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Right about 9 before the hour. We'll get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Well, the temper tantrum from the Democrat Party in Texas. You know, when we're all going to take our ball and we're going to go to Illinois or New York. We're going to hide out. So you can't get a quorum. Nothing gets done. They knew from the get-go it was just a delay tactic. They've done it before, and in each previous case, when you finally have to come back to work, the legislation indeed passes, which just occurred this past day. You know, the Texas House of Representatives passing the redistricting bill, paving the way for the Republican-drawn maps. The 88-52 vote, right on the heels of a more than 2-week standoff with the Democrats who blocked the bill from advancing in the first special session before returning to the state Monday with the second special session underway. It now moves back to the Senate. Once approved by the Senate, it'll head to the governor's desk. The vote came along a long line of Democrats railing against the bill, describing it as a power grab that will dilute the non-white voters' influence. State Representative Jean Wu, the House Democrat leader, said that voters' problems start right here. You may not understand gerrymandering, you may not understand redistricting, but I hope you understand lying, cheating, and stealing, because this is what people do. People like Donald Trump, people like the Republican Party of Texas. When they can't win, they cheat. See, but the funny thing is, Gavin Newsom right now is looking to do the exact same. Said, all right, if Texas takes 5 seats, we're going to redistrict California and take 5 more seats here. Illinois has a lengthy history. No denying that. They've done this to keep Democrat control of that state forever. Now, the only Republican to speak with State Representative Todd Hunter, the sponsor of the new congressional maps. He chided the Democrats for leaving the state, stating he supports the new maps in part for partisan reasons, to give Republicans an opportunity where they have not in the past. Wu said the fight is far from over. Our best shot is in the courts. That sentiment was echoed by State Representative Nicole Collier, who spent the night on the Texas House floor to protest the Republican demand to be placed under surveillance after the Democratic walkout. But Wu says today is not the end. It's the start of a new beginning of a new Democrat Party where we will not back down. We won't put up with their shish kebab, and we will push and push and push until we take over this country. I didn't realize that was supposed to be the idea. One party's supposed to take over the country? Hey, good morning to Daryl. How's your week going?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
All doing well. Thank you very much. I'm going to get a chance to maybe see Stryker later today. We're going to go over and send off the grandkids for day number 2 of kindergarten and 3rd grade, I think little Evil Knievel's in 3rd grade now. Maybe 4th. I don't know.
Well, give Lieutenant Stryker a salute for me.
Okay.
I made a fast trip down to Lebanon, Tennessee with my son Conway, who lives in Louisville, and stopped at Buc-ee's. Quite a layout down there around Corvette Town. And I passed the Corvette track, and I was kind of itching to get my motorcycle out there and take it on a whirl.
Yeah.
And then I had a cousin to pass away in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and I was trying to figure out how to get down there, and I called a friend of mine that works at Walmart at Bentonville, and he said they had an airport there at Bentonville called XNA, and I got me a ticket, go to Atlanta, and then Delta takes me over there to XNA at Bentonville, and then I got to rent a car to get over to Razorback Town. And I'm going down there Friday.
Yeah.
Coming back Saturday. My cousin was a baker and did a lot of CPA work for big banks across the country. And he was a pilot. And he had him a airplane built, and it crashed in Florida and about took his life. When he was in college, he had a car wreck and went through the windshield and left him scarred for the rest of his life. So
wow,
he lived pretty dangerous and rugged life, but that's the way we lived it in Arkansas. So.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm looking at the clock here, Daryl. So if you want to hang in there, we'll pause because we got to get a news break. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tel now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator. Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A historic European capital could serve as the backdrop for the next round of peace talks to end the war in Ukraine.
Both sides have yet to agree to a meeting, but Politico was first to report that negotiations may take place in Budapest, Hungary. The country is led by Viktor Orban, a staunch ally of President Trump, who may join leaders from Ukraine and Russia for trilateral negotiations that could end the war. Russia's foreign minister said on state-run TV Tuesday that Moscow hasn't ruled out talks with Ukraine, but insisted that the process would unfold gradually. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Federal Reserve officials are concerned over tariffs, inflation, and labor markets.
Recently released minutes from the Fed's July meeting showed a divided board after 2 governors voted against the decision to hold rates steady, marking the first time multiple governors rejected a rate decision in more than 30 years. The governors also noted rising threats to the economy that would warrant monitoring, as well as the possibility of facing difficult trade-offs due to more persistent inflation and a weakened labor market. President Trump has pressured the Fed for months to cut rates, criticizing Chairman Jerome Powell and the board. I'm Chris Caraccio.
The FDA is warning the public about eating a certain great value raw frozen shrimp sold at some Walmart stores across the nation.
The agency issued the warning after Customs and Border Protection alerted the agency about possible cesium-137 contamination. It's a radioactive isotope from shipping containers. Frozen shrimp from the distributor has tested positive, but the FDA says no shrimp that is tested positive has entered the U.S. food supply. The product is sold at Walmart stores in more than a dozen states. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 16 points. The S&P 500 fell by 15 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 142 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Several states are sending hundreds of National Guard troops to Washington, D.C. The governors of West Virginia, South Carolina, Ohio, Mississippi, and Louisiana.
According to a social media post from West Virginia's governor, the efforts will be federally funded, and the state's National Guard will provide mission-essential equipment and training. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The CEO of Target is stepping down from the position after more than a decade.
Brian Cornell will depart from the retail giant after a continued decline in sales over backlash from from its retraction of diversity, equity, and inclusion hirings. Target has selected its current chief operating officer, Michael Fidelke, as Cornell's replacement. However, Cornell will stay with the company in an executive chairman role. I'm Michael Kastner.
Limiting alcohol intake is good for blood pressure.
That's according to new guidelines from the American Heart Association and the American College of Cardiology. The doctors recommend not drinking at all, but say men should keep drinks to no more than 2 a day and just 1 drink a day for women. It's the first time the national guidelines for minimizing the risk of hypertension have been updated since 2017. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Millions of monarch butterflies are beginning to migrate across North America.
The butterflies are leaving their summer breeding grounds for a 3,000-mile trek to parts of California and Mexico. According to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the migration typically runs from mid-August through mid-November, as monarch butterflies cannot survive prolonged cold conditions. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medishare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, another hour as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Here we are, rolling into a Thursday, 21st day of August, just 10 days remaining, and we're talking September. Hey, has that lawnmower been getting to work out there, Daryl? I had to cut mine here a few days ago.
My lawn's doing well, but somebody turned the temperature down in Fairfield. How about over at your way?
Down to 67. It's a little cooler out there, yes.
I tell you, it's a little more pleasant walking on the sidewalk than it has been.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been to Wilson County, Tennessee? Have you ever been to Lebanon, Tennessee?
It seems like I might have traveled through Lebanon. I don't know for certain.
Well, it's about 30 miles east of Nashville, and they got a train there, and they've had this train since like the 1918s. And people from Nashville used to come out to Lebanon and picnic all day and go swimming, and then they would ride it back into Nashville.
Yeah.
Well, now that they got the Titans down there, that they run this train into the football game, and they give people 45 minutes after the whistle blows to get back on the train, and it travels back out to Lebanon. And it's the neatest thing you ever saw. It leaves there every morning about 6 o'clock and comes back every afternoon at 6 o'clock. And they say that Nashville has grown from 1.5 million to 3 million people. It's one of the fastest growing cities in the South. And they say that Musk is got a boring machine, and he's boring a tunnel from downtown Nashville out to the airport, and they run a unoccupied Tulsa like a cab from downtown out to the airport. I thought that was amazing.
That's a new one on me. I haven't heard anything about that. All I do know that, the population has grown exponentially and that traffic is a nightmare rolling through that town last time I drove through.
They are constantly working on that highway and always have. When I drove a truck through there, they were always working on that interstate highway like they are in most metropolitan areas, but you just can't get anywhere in Nashville from about 4 o'clock in the afternoon until about 6 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let you go. You have a great day, and I'll keep my truck running with that extreme gasoline. It works.
Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. Yes, indeed, it does. Thank you very much, Daryl. Good to hear from you there, Fairfield, Ohio. Predatory towing. It's been big in the news for several years. More and more states trying to address the issue. I don't know. It's not often we seem to hear a lot of positive legislation coming out of Illinois, but basic consumer protection for predatory towing for truck drivers and others. A constant pursuit in state houses across the country. Arkansas, Connecticut, Indiana, North Carolina, among some of the states so far this year that have adopted rules to address predatory towing. Illinois recently joined the list. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has worked and will continue to work with states to adopt rules to protect truck drivers involved in non-consensual tow. Illinois governor has signed into law a bill that targets the bad actors. The Illinois Commerce Commission oversees public safety and consumer protection programs for operations that include interstate commercial carriers of general freight and household good movers. Currently, the commission issues fines for towing operators that ignore penalties and continue operating under a new business name. Despite the rule, state officials said many of the worst offenders ignore penalties and just continue doing business under a new name. Chameleon carriers, chameleon towing companies. The worst offenders rack up hundreds of thousands in fines, continue their illegal operations, and have even re-registered under new business names. Senator Selena Villanueva led the charge to provide the commission expanded towing enforcement authority. The new rule targets towing operators that ignore penalties and continue to operate under a new name. They will soon be allowed to impound tow trucks. The commission will. Tow trucks with unpaid fines. The bill also permits the state to revoke license plates for tow trucks with unpaid fines. Known violators will be prohibited from re-registering under a new business name. In addition, fraudulent towers will be prohibited from obtaining new licenses for 3 years. Tow truck operators are also forbidden from placing liens against essentials left in a towed vehicle, such as identifying documents. As she said, predatory towing operators have taken advantage of consumers for far too long. Another rule change limits tow locations to register storage lots, licensed repair shop, or the driver's requested location. Chicagoans have had to deal with rogue towers who exploit gaps in the law for far too long. This sends a clear message. Their bad behavior will no longer be tolerated. New law takes effect on January 1 of 26. 844-844-3388. See what Doug has going on this morning. Hey there, Doug.
Morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. Subject, college football. If you've talked about this, please stop me. Iowa State versus Kansas State. Have you talked about it at all?
I have not a word. Nope.
Well, if I have the story right, I believe it's the first football game of the year for college football, and it's this Friday. If I have my story right. Could be Thursday. I didn't catch it. The news blurb. Anyway, Iowa State's ranked 21, and Kansas State is ranked 17. This weekend, or like I said, this Friday, I think is when it's played, and I was wondering if Big Ed was going to pick the game.
We talked to Big Ed, about a week ago. I don't think he was planning on picking anything. We were under the impression the first game is like on the 30th.
Yeah, this is a special deal, I think. I heard the news. I heard a news story on it this afternoon, maybe, or yesterday. So I was hoping Big Ed would pick it. I was curious what his prognostication would be in this game. But maybe if he's listening, maybe he could call in and pick it, tomorrow night or something.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Tomorrow morning.
I'm looking here, and it looks like I just did a quick search, college football schedule, and there's a handful of games this Saturday, the 23rd. You're right.
Does it say which day the Iowa State, Kansas State?
Yeah, Iowa State, Kansas, Saturday at noon. Let's see, the same day at 4 o'clock, Idaho State versus UNLV. 6:30 p.m., Fresno State versus Kansas. And 7 p.m., Sam Houston versus WKU. Those are, and then there's one more, Stanford versus Hawaii, 7:30. That's all. Those are all this Saturday, the 23rd.
Okay, Saturday. Okay.
Yep.
Well, if Big Ed's listening, I'd sure like his prognostication on the Iowa State-Kansas State game.
All right, we'll see what we can dig up there.
All right, sounds good. Well, thanks for the show, Steve, and appreciate you being there. We'll catch you later.
All right, thank you very much, Doug. And I was just kind of scrolling down here. I guess, some schools start August 30, I think. That's looks like a full schedule day. Yeah, because that's where Texas and Ohio State play on the 30th. So there's games. There's a number of games here the 23rd. You got action, I guess, Thursday night football, August the 28th. I'm looking at, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 11 to 13, 15. It's like 17 games on Thursday, August the 28th. It's a bunch of games. Yeah, Friday, and then, of course, Saturday the 30th. We'll have to get a hold of Big Ed to see what's going on. The prognosticator of prognosticators. All right, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
So I'm just assuming this is a way of maybe kicking off the season, because on the week 1 of 16, week 1 lists all these games: the 23rd, the 28th, the 30th, 31st, all those considered week 1. Week 2 starting September 5th. All right, well, I know, Big Ed, he normally picks out, what do you say, it was going to be like five different games, 10 teams in total. And it's going to be the big games, with, as he likes to call them, with some meat on the bone. Obviously, the likes of week 1 with number 1 versus number 3, that's going to be, somebody in the top 5 is going to lose in the first week for certain. There can only be one winner. But it's getting close. I didn't realize it's that close. All right, we'll get to buckwheat here in just a moment. We kind of left off the program last evening. I was sharing the breakdown dissected by the folks at FreightWave. What's going on with these non-domiciled CDLs, how changes need to be made in this country. And ultimately, they're saying, when it comes to trucking, we need systemic reform. If we want to change what happens on our highways, we need to change who gets on the roads and how they get there. And it needs to be a common sense, objective standards. If we can organize a single registration for interstate fleets across all states, we can organize a single training and licensing standard for all class licenses. Mandatory standardized training. Require consistent, in-person, behind-the-wheel training across all states with federal minimum standards that exceed the current entry-level driver training requirements, because there's this mishmash all over the country. Cultural integration programs. We need to develop specialized training that addresses cultural differences in driving habits for immigrants from countries that have different traffic patterns and different regulations. Practical examination reform. Restore rigorous, disciplined examination standards with experienced evaluators who maintain high standards rather than processing volume. When it comes to underride guards, would that have made a difference in this particular collision? Some say it would, others say maybe not. I think that's going to be out of the mix. They've already said no to the underride guards. Enhanced entry-level driver training standards. We need to mandate minimum behind-the-wheel training hours and require demonstrated competency rather than subjective model-based completion. The way we prioritize enforcement for carriers and grant them operating authority is broke. Whitehawk carriers, their insurance was due to be canceled this week by Great West. Even before that crash took place last week, Whitehawk's out-of-service rates for both driver and vehicle far exceeded the national average, mainly due to a history of systemic unsafe violations. While California State Corporation records indicate Whitehawk Carriers was started in 2016, the owner, Naveed Kaur, was also listed as a director for White Star Trucking out of Modesto that closed in 2013. The agent for White Star was listed as Kaljinpal Balar. Both Balar and Kaur have countless ties to other logistics, trucking, and transportation entities. Chameleon carriers, where companies close, same owners open up with other businesses at another address, or they use proxies as a way to subvert regulation and oversight by simply closing a poor-performing operation, then opening another. This creates enforcement concerns, as companies can merely attempt to conceal ownership through legal entities and proxy owners to continue operating after a history of poor safety performance, which can also lead to insurance cancellation. Harjinder Singh, the driver at the heart of the Florida crash, his path from arrival in 2018 to vehicular homicide charges in 2025 shows us how the current system can place unprepared drivers in a position where split-second decisions determine whether families return home safely. Management, they may not see drivers for weeks or months at a time. Still, with fleet technology to manage drivers and vehicles, we should be prioritizing the use of telematics, managing that data to improve fleet management and to train and mold better drivers. Until changes in training and licensing standards happen, headlines like the one out of Florida are going to continue. Unsafe operations plus inadequate training equals disaster. The 3 lives lost in Florida's Turnpike represent more than tragic statistics. They brought to the surface an urgent need for fundamental reform in how this country trains and licenses the drivers of its most dangerous vehicles. The question is not whether the trucking industry can afford to implement higher training standards. The question is whether America can afford not to. Very interesting breakdown there, but this particular case has brought national attention across the board to the question of who's actually behind the wheel of these trucks rolling up and down the highways all over this country. And apparently there was an awful lot of people oblivious to what has been, and we've witnessed a developing problem. This didn't just happen over the past 4 years. It was exacerbated dramatically in that time, but it has been going on gradually and incrementally for a number of years. Hell, how many years ago was it when he's probably not even the president of the company? I mean, it was like the boss at Schneider National. Yeah, this has got to be going back 10, 12 years when he was advocating and siding with the ATA about the so-called driver shortage and saying his company, we have to have more H-1B drivers. We have to bring drivers in from these other, and we knew at the time, because he wanted to bring in cheaper labor, people that are willing to drive the trucks at the rates they were offering to pay, especially for the new drivers. It wasn't about a true need for drivers, because even at that point in time, there was not a driver shortage, never has been, is not today. But like I said, we've been hearing that message for all these years. So gradually, incrementally, What was 10,000, then 100,000 is now what? More than 1 million? Yeah, foreign-based drivers that are operating on the roadways around this country. All right, so I've talked enough there. So, Buckwheat, I apologize. I was just taking it up to the news break, so we'll take care of business here and come back, see what's on your mind, after which clear lines at 844-844-3388. Friday, just around the corner here. Good to have you with us. Lease with Tell and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental USA. You can learn more by visiting tell360.com. Back after the news, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. is looking at the Hungarian capital of Budapest to be the host city for a hoped-for summit.
According to Politico, Budapest is the first choice pick of the U.S. to host a trilateral summit between the leaders of the U.S., Russia and Ukraine. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban is an ally of Putin and on very friendly terms with President Trump. The French President Emmanuel Macron had suggested Geneva, but Putin has reportedly told Trump he'd rather hold the summit in Moscow. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
The FDA is giving approval for a first-of-its-kind glucose monitoring system for weight loss.
Created by startup Signos, a paid membership gets you an AI platform and continuous glucose monitor. The system offers recommendations for weight management based on real-time data. A 3-month membership is priced at $139 a month. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mild.
after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, back at it here. Mark Schrimmer, a contributor to Landline Magazine with OOIDA for many, many years. Doing a deep dive into broker transparency, the latest updates there, which has also been a hot button topic in the industry for some time now. We'll give you more on that ahead. Hello, Buckwheat.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, I'm on my way here to New York City again, but I was just talking with Prima Wheat there last night, and I just wonder, when are people, the lawyers, going to come out and start suing? Like New Mexico was this accident down in Florida. I mean, they had an opportunity to stop this guy on July 3rd, and he didn't take it. Supposedly, he got the license from Washington State, and he wasn't supposed to, and California, allowed their stuff. So what for lawsuits could come from this towards those entities that allowed this to go on? I mean, everybody's so lawsuit happy, but, my thing is, way too many people, these Democrat policies don't get held accountable to, the people pushing them aren't held accountable for them. I mean, everybody wants to say that, hey, these people need help. We need to help them. We just give them a break. These criminals, they have a bad life. They got a bad break in life. We need to help them out. We can't enforce the policies. We're being too cruel. When are we going to learn that all those policies, lead to problems? If you teach a man to fish, he can feed himself for a lifetime. But if you give a man a fish, you only feed him for the day. It makes the habitual criminals and habitual habits. And, I just think that, I know James Dobson has his book out called Tough Love. Sometimes you got to, hey, tell somebody, you're not pulling your own weight, until you shape up, we'll stop helping you, and that's sort of what Donald Trump is trying to get across, and people are complaining that it's too hard. But no, you got to be accountable for your own actions. And I go out with a bunch of guys on Tuesday morning, and one of the guys said that a couple years ago, he remembers the garbage haulers coming out of New York City along 78. They went and did a DOT check on a certain company, and in one day they pulled over 8 of their trucks. And the amazing thing is, all 8 drivers had the same license. They're using the same license for the whole company.
Wow.
So, it was the Eastern Europeans. I'm not sure if it was Ukraine or Russian or whatever, but it was those type of people. That's sort of like the garbage industry here in New York City. But, so that's, just some of the things that I somebody needs to be held accountable, And, they're talking about side underride guards. I don't think with this type of accident going at that speed, I don't think that would help too much. Because in our local area, yesterday or the day before, there was an accident on the 222 just north of Lancaster where a car ran in the back of a trailer. And, they ended up underneath the trailer, and he went through the ICC bumper.
Right.
Just because you have it there don't mean it's going to protect you, because low impact would probably help, but when you go speeds like that, people are just drowning too fast nowadays. But my thing about yesterday, I'm all understand about safety, I understand about inspection, but I pulled up to a place of business. And to make a delivery, I only had 3 skids to deliver. And I broke the stuff down already. I, did all the work inside my trailer, and I arrived there about 6:10, and my appointment was 6 o'clock. I didn't leave. I got back in about 8 o'clock, and I didn't leave there till about a little after 1 o'clock. I was there for 7 hours. And the reason being is, they were doing an inspection, and because they were doing an inspection, they could only open up one door in the warehouse at a time, and they had 15 doors. So they were going from one door to start out at the bottom and kept working their way up because they couldn't lower the temperature in the loading dock area.
Mm-hmm.
And, so I got a 7-hour break there. And now we're doing the trip to New York City like horse feathers with one eye open and and rest that eye. But anyhow, talking about your news story about the migrating of the monarch butterflies, cream of wheat there, that's one of our favorite butterflies. And back the year before Ashton Maricar was born, we had a stillborn, and when we were there at the funeral, we had a graveside funeral. We had the little casket there, and it just happenstance that a monarch butterfly came and landed on the casket and sat there for about a second or two, and then took off again. And Cream of Wheat there really thought that was special and thought that was a touch from God, through the situation that we were going through. And so she went and changed all our flower beds to flowers that monarch butterflies like. And now we have lots of monarch butterflies at our place. But, that's, just something special in nature that God gives to you in your time of need, or time that you're going through a tough time. I remember the pastor that was at the graveside service there, he said something that always stuck to me. He said we named him Landon. He said Landon was born in a sin nature, but he never sinned. And I heard that, and I was like, wow, I had a son that was even better than me. He never sinned. I can't say that. I have sinned. You come short of the glory of God. But anyhow, that's there or that. But the cream of wheat there on Tuesday. We're starting our time to have dates. Without Ashton Maricar, because he started his school. He started his senior year this year, and it's just sort of funny. We have this ceiling fan in our kitchen, and I wanted to get up on the chair to getting to the top cabinet. And as I was opening it, I opened up the cabinet, and I just was getting up on the chair, and Creamer Wheat there, she screamed at me. And I turned and looked at her, and she was there crouched down. She was scared that I would go up there and hit my head in the ceiling fan. And it was like, oh, yeah, I better turn this thing off. I did that one time. I went to change the light bulbs on the ceiling fan above her bed, and I stood up on the bed, and I got a little bit too high there, and ceiling fan was on and hit me on the head, and I mean, in like a quarter of a second, I was flat on my back on my bed, and that hurt for a while. But anyhow, we don't do that no more. But yeah, so anyways, we're on our way to New York City. I got like 19 skids of yogurt on this trailer.
Yogurt?
All going to one spot. Yeah. 17 of them is Greek yogurt in like 2-gallon pails, and then a couple other skids are the flavored stuff. But yeah, some frozen fruit and some pork and some more yogurt. So yeah, it's basically a yogurt load today. So anyhow, that's all I have, and I'll speak at you later.
All righty. Well, hey, good to hear from you, Buckwheat. Safe travels on in there to New York City. Hopefully no shenanigans this Thursday morning, right? All right. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Broker transparency. Again, Mark Schremer this past day, contributor to OOIDA's Landline publication, says for the past 5 years, broker transparency has been a hot topic in the industry. There have been protests, petitions, a proposed rule from the FMCSA. But some may still be wondering why truckers have been so focused on the issue. In 2 recent email dispatches, the OOIDA Foundation breaks down why broker transparency matters and how the lack of it can negatively affect owner-operators and small business truckers. All right, first of all, Regulation 371.3. What is it? Requires brokers to keep records of each transaction. Even more, each party to an individual transaction has the right to review the record. However, many brokers get around the regulation by requiring carriers to waive that right. The Transportation Intermediaries Association called the FMCSA's proposal to strengthen existing broker transparency regulations un-American. According to analysis from the OOIDA Foundation, broker transparency is about much more than just seeing the quoted rate on a load. It's about hidden charges, fines, and claims that brokers impose without proper documentation. Small carriers rarely take the time or have the luxury to scrutinize every clause of dense broker-carrier agreements. The lack of transparency becomes apparent when brokers submit claims for freight loss with no evidence. Small carriers frequently enter contracts under economic pressure, unaware of provisions that are stacked against them. By the time they realize the imbalance, it's too late to avoid serious financial harm. According to the OOIDA Foundation, truckers should, number one, read broker-carrier agreements thoroughly and refuse clauses that eliminate broker transparency. Support advocacy efforts pushing for stronger enforcement of the existing transparency regulations. And lastly, demand clear documentation before accepting deductions or responsibility for over, short, or damaged claims. These steps are important because they are the hidden risks that are in the broker contracts. Some broker contracts, they say, may require carriers to waive rights that are granted under the Carmack Amendment, which is a federal law providing standard protections for cargo loss and damage. cargo insurance policies may not cover liability that goes beyond federal standards, leaving carriers exposed to unexpected financial risk. Another real-world scenario highlighted by the foundation is when a carrier has a breakdown from an unexpected equipment issue. A broker could declare breach of contract, repower the load, and bill the original carrier for costs. A lopsided contract could mean that the carrier goes unpaid for the miles they had driven, while also being placed on the hook for additional expenses. So what's been done about it? In response to a petition from the OOIDA Association, the FMCSA issued a notice of proposed rulemaking November of last year, which generated some 6,900 comments, including thousands from truck drivers. Ignoring 371.3 regulations has directly led to an asymmetry of information between carriers, shippers, and brokers. That not only creates an inequitable playing field between the carriers and brokers, but actually jeopardizes carriers' ability to know if they're actually hauling fair value loads. It is 844-844-3388.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Well, I know there's one out there that knows a little bit about Air Force and planes and Senor Heatwave. I don't know. I've never heard of the top secret Rat 55. Anybody familiar? That's what it's called, the Rat 55. Top secret jet spotted soaring above Area 51 in Nevada, confirming rumors that this enigmatic radar plane operates from the clandestine Groom Lake facility. Apparently, aviation enthusiast Michael Rokita captured the aircraft from a vantage point from 26 miles away near Tikaboo Peak, documenting the touch-and-go maneuvers and the final landing on runway 32. Minutes after landing, the Rat 55 has linked to Hangar 18, which is Area 51's largest, most mysterious hangar. The massive sliding doors were seen open, suggesting the jet had taxied inside. What the heck is the Rat 55? Distinguished by its fat nose, hump on the top, hump on the belly, and a big protrusion in the back. It's a specialized aircraft designed for in-flight radar cross-section testing. This capability allows it to evaluate the stealth profiles of other aircraft midair, a critical function rumored to have supported the development of the RQ-80 unmanned aerial vehicle. Operations are typically cloaked in secrecy conducted in restricted airspace like the R-258 range near Edwards Air Force Base, where it often vanishes from flight tracking by switching off its transponder. But his sighting confirmed the Rat 55 uses the call sign Sabre 98, a thrilling breakthrough that ties the jet's covert communications to Area 51's operations, kind of cementing its residence in Hangar 18. Using a Nikon P1000 camera and a custom binocular smartphone setup, he was able to overcome technical challenges, including a dying battery and desert heat haze, to actually get unprecedented evidence, like photographic proof, as they put it, video proof. Outfitted with the advanced radar systems, this plane, Rat 55, is believed to operate primarily as a test platform for evaluating the radar signatures of stealth aircraft. That includes both existing models like the B-2 Spirit, which undergoes regular testing to ensure that the radar cross-section meets expectations, and new prototypes as well, with at least 2 major manned stealth programs right now under development: the Northrop Grumman B-21 Raider and the Boeing F-47. Rat 55's specialized capabilities are likely in high demand, they say. Rat 55, short for Radar Airborne Test Bed, with the number 55 taken from the tail number. It rarely leaves the skies over the sprawling, isolated test ranges of South Central California and Southern Nevada, where it quietly carries out its secretive missions. But taxiing into Hangar 18 is particularly tantalizing because Hangar 18 has the conspiracy lore of the association with alien encounters, secret projects, black-budget aircraft. Hangar 18 remained the largest hangar on the base until the mid-2000s, after being constructed in the late 1980s. Its towering height, the massive doors, could accommodate virtually any aircraft in the U.S. inventory, which made it ideal for testing, storage, or perhaps even simultaneous classified projects. Some enthusiasts have speculated that the hangar may actually house a museum of retired or experimental aircraft, hidden from the public view. Sounds like something straight out of the Twilight Zone to me. It is 844-844-3388. All right, about a minute from news break. Got a final hour coming your way just ahead. Jump on in. A tractor-trailer fire in Missouri kind of gives a new meaning to well done. The Doolittle Rural Fire Protection District, responding to a tractor-trailer fire Monday morning, as reported by KMOV in St. Louis, packed with 40,000 pounds of ribeye steaks that caught fire in the eastbound lanes of Highway 174. They said there was a little bit of irony in the call as well. Nothing says welcome to the fire service like sending the probie out to 40,000 pounds of flaming ribeye. The probie is a probationary firefighter who just happened to be a vegetarian, apparently, but what a waste, 40,000 pounds of ribeyes. Lease with Tell and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tell360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House is reportedly considering Budapest as a location for new peace negotiations between Russia, Ukraine, and the U.S.
Administration sources told Politico that the Secret Service is preparing for a trilateral summit in Hungary, which is led by Trump ally Viktor Orban. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt would neither confirm nor deny the report. It's still not clear that the summit will even take place. Russia's foreign minister said on state-run TV that Moscow hasn't ruled out talks with Ukraine, but insisted that the process would unfold gradually. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Nearly a third of businesses are likely to increase prices by the end of the year.
A new report by LendingTree found that more than 30% of businesses surveyed said they expect their prices will be higher in 6 months than they are now, while only 5% said that their prices will go down, and 65% said their prices will remain steady. LendingTree's report also found that businesses in Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Montana, Washington, Oregon, and Vermont were most likely to say they expect to increase prices in the coming months. Survey results come during a period of uncertainty over President Trump's tariff rollout and continued pressure from inflation. I'm Chris Caraccio.
The Israeli military will move forward with plans to take over Gaza City.
According to an Israeli military official, troops reached the city's outskirts and have begun moving tents in for people who will be displaced. The nation's defense minister said he approved mobilizing thousands more reservists and extending orders for others to supply troops as Israel aims to prevent Hamas from planning future attacks. I'm Brian Shook.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 16 points. The S&P 500 fell by 15 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 142 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret word
code
is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
A jury has convicted a Navy sailor of spying for the Chinese government in San Diego.
25-year-old Jin Chao Wei was assigned to the USS Essex when he was arrested at Naval Base San Diego in 2023. He was convicted on 6 federal counts of taking thousands of dollars to send photos and videos of the ship to a Chinese contact. He'll be sentenced in December, and his maximum sentence could be life in prison. I'm Jack Cronin.
College peers of Brian Koberger says he's creepy.
Koberger pleaded guilty to the murders of 4 undergrads at the University of Idaho. Newly released files show in the weeks after Koberger's arrest, students and instructors at nearby Washington State University viewed the PhD student unfavorably. Koberger's peers recounted their interactions to investigators, with several people detailing aggressive encounters and intense stares from him. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
New research shows that anxiety or fear keeps many kids out of school.
Ipsos surveyed 1,000 parents nationwide on behalf of the Kids Mental Health Foundation and found that anxious or fearful children missed more than a week of school last year. The study showed that 42% of students who missed school claimed they didn't feel well, while 20% said they were too tired to go to class. The National Institutes of Health said more than 1 in 4 kids experience school avoidance, and it's most common among 10 to 13-year-olds, especially those attending new schools. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
And away we go. Final hour. As we start looking toward the weekend, got a Thursday coming our way, 21st day of August. Hey, before I pick up Senor Heatwave, because I see your question on the screen there. And I've got the answer. We did touch on it last evening. I think it was maybe in our first hour or two. And I know you weren't with us then. But like you and many others, there's a lot of misinformation, disinformation, reports saying that this truck driver that killed the 3 in Florida had been released by the Florida Highway Patrol or Florida. They've been released on bond. All kinds of, if it's on the internet, it's got to be true, right? They say that is not the case. We do know at this point. Yesterday, Florida's Governor DeSantis has instructed his, I believe it's the Deputy Attorney General, to make that flight out to California to bring him back to Florida. Everybody was saying, well, how the hell did he get back to California? Why wasn't he in jail in Florida? Pappy could probably explain this better. But after the initial accident occurred, there were fatalities involved, but there were no charges at that point filed. Now, obviously, had he been determined to have been, say, under the influence or something, I guess they would have took him in for that. But there were no signs of impairment and all that. Reports said that, I guess, according to the Highway Patrol, he and the co-driver were taken to a hotel, instructed not to leave Florida. The investigation was ongoing, which obviously then uncovered within a day or two that they were in the country illegally. Florida issued an arrest warrant because I guess they found out they were making plans to fly back to India. Obviously, he is what they describe as a high flight risk. So U.S. Marshals received a warrant from the Highway Patrol in Florida, and it was sent, a lead, they say, was sent to the Eastern District of California, and they were, I guess, surveilling his property. Singh was then taken into custody without incident, where he was booked into the county jail awaiting an initial appearance. An immigration detainer was filed as well, with no bond attachment. But yeah, after the accident, he and the co-driver were escorted, they say, to a nearby hotel, instructed to stay in Florida until the conclusion of the investigation, which they did not. He and the co-driver immediately booked flights to California, where they had booked tickets to India, both of them. The U.S. Marshals report Singh was arriving home to actually gather his belongings to make a 5 p.m. departure to fly back to India. All right. So that was kind of the breakdown there. And again, yesterday, I think Newsmax had the report where the Assistant Attorney General is now going to be flying out there to California to extradite, I don't know if it's just Singh or both of them, back to the state of Florida. So that's the skinny.
Well, it would seem like, go ahead, get your card number. Hang on a second. Yeah, your card. I'm sorry about that, Steve.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, that's trying to do two things at once here. Man, I tell you what, that is just unreal to even suggest, that the guy was put out on bail or bond or whatever the hell you want to call it.
Yeah.
And then, for them to think, oh, they're trustworthy, just stay in the motel until we come get you. Well, obviously, both of them need to be taken in. I'm sure both of them are illegal. If both of them can't speak English, then let's charge them both. One with murder, one with accessory, since he was there, and be done with it. This is what infuriates me. You get these people that say they're trying to do better with their lives, but they don't assimilate to American culture. They don't try to learn the language, And I always say, if you're going to be here, get your citizenship. Be American, and hang on a second.
Well, I'm assuming if you're here illegally to begin, you're here not supposed to be here, and I don't know. I mean, the fact that he was here illegally, he was denied a work permit under Trump back in 2020. He was on the expedited deportation list. Expedient get him deported, and then, but of course. He didn't. And then the Biden administration then actually issued a work permit for him like in June, I think it was, of 2023. And that allowed him to then get the CDL in Washington and then California in 2024.
Well, then the Biden administration needs to be, well, I don't know if you can blame them, but somebody from that administration needs to be held accountable for their actions.
Open border policy and allowing all these people that were coming in to actually, well, you can wait for your deportation hearing, which he had already been waiting around. He's been waiting for a hearing for several years.
6 years.
And when he was
exactly.
when he was denied by the Trump administration, but I guess he got with the powers that be, and he was one of those that had the right words to say. He said he had fear for his life of being sent back to his home country, and that gives you the, well, okay, in that case, they let you stick around to wait for your hearing here.
Yeah,
that was the Biden policy.
I can't even.
I don't see that. I don't think that's happened anymore.
I can't even see straight because right. I just can't see straight because I'm so damn mad about that. But good. I'm glad he's getting his airline ticket to Florida instead of going to India. So good for them. I hope they bury them people right underneath that jail cell. Well, I better let you go before they think I'm a bad
all right, all right, multitasking. Yeah, I found, here was the scoop from Florida yesterday. Governor DeSantis has assigned the newly appointed lieutenant governor. All right, it's not the assistant, it's lieutenant governor, Jay Collins, to travel to California to extradite the illegal accused of causing that crash that took 3 lives, Harjinder Singh. The U-turn on August 12. All right, we know the whole background. All 3 in the minivan perished there. And after the crash, though, he flew back to California from Florida. Records from the San Joaquin County Jail stating that Singh, who crossed the U.S.-Mexico border illegally in 2018, is being held on an ICE detainer, now facing 3 counts of vehicular homicide. He was denied work authorization from the first Trump administration in 2020, according to the Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs at the Department of Homeland Security. During the FMCSA's interview, as we now know, the English language proficiency assessment was failed, providing correct responses to just 2 of 12 verbal questions, identified 1 of 4 highway traffic signs. As of Wednesday, press conference at Palm Beach State College, DeSantis criticized the fact that Singh was able to actually obtain a CDL in Washington and California despite reportedly lacking English proficiency and an adequate understanding of U.S. road signs. This was obviously a total disaster, according to DeSantis. Should have never obviously have been behind the wheel. We are going to throw the book at him when he gets back here. That was, again, the quote from Governor DeSantis this past day. Morning, blind man. What's happening?
Well, let me tell you, I've been listening to Jeff Cooner on WRKO in Boston. It comes on at 6 in the morning. Yesterday, he was talking about the mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, and she went off her rocker screaming that any ICE official that steps foot in Boston will be arrested. I mean, she just went off the rails yesterday, sounding like a real crazy. And what's got to happen now, these people in these blue states, the mayors and the governors, have to be arrested if they interfere with ICE. And Michelle Wu said that she's going to make sure any ICE person that steps foot in Boston will be arrested.
She just doesn't get the big picture, does she? She's not. She
no,
might be,
she doesn't.
She's
she
the
doesn't
Boston
care either, and she's daring. She's daring ICE officials to come and arrest her, and she's the first one that needs to be arrested to make an example for the rest of the blue mayors and the blue governors. You know, we've had enough. of their shenanigans, and something's got to be done, and you got to crack down on these people. And starting with Michelle Wu, she would be a perfect example of what happens if you interfere with ICE.
Mm-hmm. So I haven't seen anything as far as, have you heard any response from the likes of Pam Bondi or Kirsty Noem or Tom
No,
Homan?
I haven't. That's
okay.
What's kind of strange. I don't know if they know exactly what's going on. I hope somebody in the administration is keeping an eye on these mayors of the blue cities and the governors.
Right. Yeah, I was seeing some of the she was doing a press conference yesterday, and I just happened to be kind of passing through the room and listening. And I said, but yeah, like you said, she's off her rocker. I mean, but I don't know who's going to be the one to be able to kind of show her who's actually in charge here, but someone needs to.
Exactly, and she had some kind of a Hispanic band or something playing at her news conference as well.
Right.
I mean, she is like I said, she is absolutely crazy off her rocker.
Well, blind man, I appreciate you checking in this morning. Yeah, Michelle Wu. Yeah, what were her comments? Saying Boston will not bow down to unconstitutional threats or unlawful coercion from the federal government. Let's see. The U.S. Attorney General asked for a response by today, so here it is. Stop attacking our cities to hide your administration failures, she said. Yeah, to her, I guess that was Wu in a social media post linking to her to the letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi. She sent letters last week to like 32 state and local governments that are considered sanctuary cities. Yeah, like Boston. Bondi told them that they could lose federal funds or face legal action if they do not assist in the immigration enforcement efforts. In her formal reply to Bondi, Wu lauded safety measures Boston has taken to try and tackle crime, oftentimes in partnership with federal authorities. But she blasted the Trump administration for lobbing false, continuous attacks on these sanctuary cities. On behalf of the people of Boston, in solidarity with the cities and communities targeted by this administration, for our refusal to bow down to unconstitutional threats, we affirm our support for each other and our democracy. Boston will never back down from being a beacon of freedom and home to everyone. Just got to kind of sit back, wait and see. Tom Homan is one that had made it abundantly clear on more than one occasion that for these mayors and governors that want to continue on and pursue these sanctuary policies, that they'll get a wake-up call. I wonder if Tom's planning on going in there and setting the record straight. I hope he does. And we'll be back.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's SpeedMax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, back at it here, right on cue. Hey, good morning, Pappy. Have we wrapped up another work day?
I was off tonight, Steve.
Oh, were you? Oh.
Yes, sir. Well, last night, I guess you can say. Yeah, anyway, I've been listening. I just really didn't have a whole lot to chime in until you asked that question there.
Yes.
Why wouldn't they charge them right away? Well, it could be a number of reasons. How many were killed in that crash?
3.
One of the main reasons could be, I don't know if they were all pronounced DOA on scene, or if they had life-threatening injuries and they were transported and died several hours later.
Well, I can answer that. Two were dead at the scene. The driver, if you'll notice, the vehicle kind of, I guess they swerved a bit and they kind of came in on the passenger side. Driver had serious injuries, was transported, and then perished later. But 2 were dead at the scene.
Right. They could have been waiting on the status of the third one, right?
Okay.
Depending on how many witnesses you had, if you're getting conflicting statements from witnesses on exactly what happened. Mind you, now, it's obvious when you see the dash cam, right, of the truck.
Mm-hmm.
But how long did it take the police to get their hands on that? It's probably not like they just jumped up in the truck and hit the rewind button. I don't know. Sometimes you got to put passwords in and stuff to get into them videos. So there could be a number of reasons, especially if you're getting conflicting statements from some witnesses and they got to reconstruct that and figure out exactly what the heck happened. Mm-hmm. I mean, did he lose control? Is that what caused him to get sideways like that? Or
no, he was doing a U-turn. You've got the crossovers.
Well, I know that. We know that, but was there witnesses that actually told him that? I don't know. Trust me. Sometimes when you get on a crash scene, right?
Yeah.
A 2-car crash, and both people are taken to the hospital, and maybe they're unconscious or they can't really talk. You got to figure out what happened. And sometimes It takes somebody with experience to step back and look for marks. If there's no skid marks or anything, it just happened the other night. We had a head-on collision on Harrison Avenue, and both drivers were saying, "Hey, man, he came on my side of the road," And one of the younger guys, I'm like, "Hold on, relax, we'll figure this out. No big deal." And I said, "Hey, do me a favor. This big daggone fire truck right here, right? Do me a favor, back this thing up a little bit, right?" Yeah, what did we see, Steve? They pulled up and blocked the skid marks from the one driver. He obviously went left to center, was totally in the other driver's lane. I think he was trying to pass a car. So you can see from the skid marks, the gouge marks, when there's impacts, there's marks that are left in the concrete or asphalt or whatever. But there's a number of reasons why they might have just waited. Hey, let's cross the T's, dot the I's, make sure we get all our facts together right before we go charging somebody with some serious crimes like this. So
okay, so I mean, I guess the question is, so they wouldn't necessarily go to jail? I mean, the word from the patrol was they were escorted like to a hotel and instructed not to leave. So, hey, hold the thought. We got to pause there. Back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. is looking at the Hungarian capital of Budapest to be the host city for a hoped-for summit.
According to Politico, Budapest is the first choice pick of the U.S. to host a trilateral summit between the leaders of the U.S., Russia and Ukraine. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban is an ally of Putin and on very friendly terms with President Trump. The French President Emmanuel Macron had suggested Geneva, but Putin has reportedly told Trump he'd rather hold the summit in Moscow. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
The FDA is giving approval for a first-of-its-kind glucose monitoring system for weight loss.
Created by startup Signos, a paid membership gets you an AI platform and continuous glucose monitor. The system offers recommendations for weight management based on real-time data. A 3-month membership is priced at $139 a month. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's SpeedMax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Where did we leave off? Yeah, back to Pappy. And we left off. So I guess we left off with the question. So there's a fatality accident. There's no signs of impairment for the truck driver involved there. So you don't have any reason to take him to jail. But you already know that there are fatalities involved. And you tell him, all right, take him to a hotel and say, do not leave the state of Florida. Does that sound like something that would happen?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if you're not charging them right away, Stephen, I don't know of any fatal crash that I've been on. Usually, I mean, if we get a fatal, our traffic safety section comes out and handles that crash.
Yeah.
And I can't think of a one where they turn around a couple hours later and charge somebody with vehicular homicide or something. It's always been a day or two later. They just got to reconstruct everything, man. You know.
But I mean, at the same time, obviously, both Singh, the driver, he did indeed have a valid CDL from California. Now, how he got that? See, he didn't have anything. No signs of impairment. He's got a CDL. He screwed up, I guess, trying to make an illegal U-turn, and that's so. Well,
that's one thing you got to look at too. The type of charge. Was he being negligent, or was he being reckless? There's a difference in charges there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so. And all these modern cars, probably in the last 15 years, just like an airplane crash, right? They got the little black box they always look for.
Mm-hmm.
All these cars have computers in them, and they can get in there and tap into that computer, and that computer will tell them everything, how fast that car was going, when they hit their brakes, how fast the car was going at impact. All 3 cars, or all 4 vehicles involved here, right? Pretty much tell them everything. and the damage too, before they had the black boxes, figuring out speed for other vehicles. I mean, were any of these other vehicles, was there a contributing factor on any of these other vehicles? Were they trailing 85, 90 miles an hour?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It just takes a lot. You got to put all this together, before you start signing charges on somebody. And then it takes a while. It's just not going to happen within an hour or two. So,
okay, all right.
At the time, they probably thought, we got a fatal here, and we're probably going to end up charging these guys. We just don't know exactly what yet. So you don't really have a right to detain them forever, so taking them to a motel room because obviously they're out of town
Mm-hmm.
and saying, don't leave. I guess I could see it happen, and obviously they were trying to leave. And they probably knew they were going to try to get to town, so they
were screwed.
Yeah,
I mean,
they were keeping an eye on them.
They booked flights to, I mean, they made it to California, but 5 o'clock that afternoon, they were going to be on a plane to India. I mean, they almost got away.
Yeah, they were keeping an eye on them, I guarantee you that.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, they knew they booked a flight. You know what I'm saying? Steve, I wouldn't doubt it if they had some undercover car sitting outside that daggone motel. These guys, they try to leave, but yeah, it takes time, man. That's
okay.
Nothing's so easy anymore. So yeah, I can see that happening.
Well,
the main thing was, we all see that video. We all see that video. Oh, it's clean cut and dry. Well, how long did it take the officers involved in the investigation to get their hands on that video and observe it? I don't know.
It was not instantaneous. Yeah, I had to go through the whole process, the investigation.
Right.
Then you got to get
probably getting on any highway cameras too. Just getting all that. It just takes a little time. So
yeah. Well,
did you get my? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, while I got you on the line, I had one other question, and that's kind of more local to the story of the beatdown that won't go away, the white guy now being charged. Well, so the prosecutor has video, right, that shows the white guy did slap somebody, but says it was well after the attack had actually started. At what point are you in a self-defense mode? The police union chief says that it's not appropriate, it's politically motivated. Are they just trying to silence, the likes of, what's his name, the Reverend there in Cincinnati, Damon Lynch?
Yeah, Steve, you had one of the city council members, African-American lady, spewing her mouth on
They were
on an interview, I think it was.
They were
on Facebook.
asking for it. They got what they deserved. They asked for the beatdown.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
And she was claiming that they should be arrested too. Yeah, and if you noticed, remember I told you these guys were Russian?
Yes.
And that was a Russian that slapped, that did that slap.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what that lady was saying, is originally that the blacks were harassing these Russians, as soon as they came out of the bar there. So, we see all these videos, the timelines of these videos. I don't know, without being involved in it and putting them all together and watching them, if you could put a timeline on them and watch them all in sync and everything, it's just trying to piece all that together. But you can't deny the fact that they put the whoop down on them guys, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And even if there was racial slurs thrown out, and that was one of the comments at first. Well, there were some racial slurs thrown out. Well, that was kind of after he was getting his ass whooped, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, just because you throw out a racial slur, that don't give you the right to put somebody in the hospital. I mean, personal opinion is there's been, Steve, I'm telling you, man, I've trained a lot of officers in my time, right? And there's been a few black ones. And we were in a trailer park and somebody called my partner the N-word, man. And I'm telling you what, I didn't take too kindly of it. And I had to hold back from slapping that dude. If you're out in the street jibber-jawing with somebody and you throw some names out and, pardon my French, you get bitch slapped, well, maybe you got what's coming to you.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't get your ribs crushed in. You know what I'm saying? There's a point where you can't go overboard. That's what I'm trying to say. And they definitely, that was just crazy, So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I mean, they were being hollering. The other half should get arrested too, and so they did. At least one of them. Honestly, watching the video, when the Russian slapped that dude, I mean, they were just jibber-jawing. The guy, it didn't look like anybody was coming towards him, right? They were just jibber-jawing, and he just pretty much reached out and slapped some guy. Now, whether they were tangling before that or not,
what's a disorderly conduct charge? I mean, it's not like it's a misdemeanor thing, I guess, right?
Steve, we had a run at a local establishment just last week, and it turned out to where it was in the bar, and somebody thought somebody was flirting with his girl, and he pushed somebody down, and next thing you know, we got 10 people involved in a fight.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much it's disorderly conduct on all parties, right? If you got two guys in a bar running their mouths, and step outside, okay, let's go, and they step outside, and they're both running their mouths at each other, right? And next thing you know, either somebody throws a punch, or, they square up, to fight.
Mm-hmm.
That's DC on both parties, right? It's not an assault because they both volunteered to go out there and fight.
Okay.
I had a situation several years ago. They were juveniles, and this one girl that went to the high school, she was a fighter. And she would put the whoop down on some people because we've had many calls and run-ins with her. Well, this girl thought she was flirting with her boyfriend, so she called her out. They met after school at a local swim pool, right? 15 people there. They both squared up, and the one beat the crap out of the other one, which we all kind of figured because she was a fighter,
mm-hmm.
and the other girl wasn't, right? So the girl got her butt whooped. Her dad wanted to press assault charges on the other girl. I said, as much as I would like to, because we deal with this girl all the time, sorry about your luck, that's not happening. Right? They squared up. It was in a mutual fight, mutual combat between the two. It was not an assault.
And when you get in a fight, you know that there's no guarantee you're going to win.
Yes, sir.
Every time.
I told Dad, I said, now we can let it go, or we can arrest them both for disorderly conduct. Well, what do you want to do? Well, it ain't right. Well, it might not be right, but it's real.
Yeah.
So, all right, brother, I'll get off here and let somebody else get in. But hey, real quick, did you get my email on that on the dogs?
Dogs contribute to climate change. I see the photo. What are they saying? Dog farts or what?
Dogs are contributing to climate change now. You know how they killed all the cows off in New Zealand, saying their farts are committing, breaking the ozone down. Now they're saying dogs are contributing to climate change. Steve, these people are just flat out whacked out nuts. That's all I got to say. Carry on. Thanks for taking the call.
Okay. Yeah, you sent me the snatch. It's a screenshot. That dogs are contributing to climate change. Well, what isn't? Now, I guess what isn't contributing to climate change? Climate changes regardless. If there were no humans on this planet, you know what? The climate would change. Always has, always will. All right, hello to Truckin' Phil. What's going on? Happy Truckin' Thursday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Start at 65.78 a high. Fort Wayne, 59 to 78 Newaygo, Michigan. Let's do it. Fort Wayne to Newaygo and back once again. Have a great day, everybody. Almost Friday. Oh, and roll on, Knuckle Buster. Semper Fi from Truckin' Phil. Hey, good to have you on board. One thing we have not even delved into this morning is any new developments between the Russia-Ukraine. Are we going to have a sit-down, trilateral, bilateral? Who's going to sit down first? The former U.S. ambassador to NATO, Kurt Volker, spoke this past day and pretty much pointed out what many of our listeners have been saying, that Vladimir Putin, he's not done playing games yet. Yeah, he said the talk of a meeting involving Putin and Zelensky depends on the conditions that Putin is going to demand. I don't think Putin's going to meet with Zelensky on a bilateral basis anytime soon, he says. They've already started to try to throw up some obstacles, including by proposing the meeting take place in Moscow. He said this is a typical ploy for Putin. Putin felt compelled to tell President Trump over the phone he would do it. But now he's going to try to establish some conditions that have to be met by the Ukrainians before he'll agree to meet. He predicts Putin's conditions will be uninviting to Zelensky, that puts a potential meeting in jeopardy. And then the fact that the Ukrainians can't do that will be used by Putin as an excuse to not have a meeting. Still, Volker said what President Trump has done so far to bring about peace between the two nations is welcome. It's good that Trump has got everybody talking. It's on the top of the agenda for everybody right now. But trust me, Putin is still going to play games with us. Volker said Monday's White House meeting between Trump, Zelensky, and the European leaders indeed put a spotlight on a key element of a long-term plan to either win or impose peace between Russia and Ukraine. The most important thing they talked about was security guarantees for Ukraine after a settlement. So the idea that a ceasefire could very easily be broken again by Putin. All he has to do is build up his forces, and here we go again. The primary approach then is to have European nations step in to support Ukraine. So to prevent that, you want to have enough security assurances for Ukraine that if they are attacked, they will indeed immediately have support.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
All righty, real quick, as far as we were just talking about Volker's comments, and I know several of our listening audience have suggested, everything Putin's doing. I think Eagle said it, Carl said it, Grump said it. He's just trying to buy time. And somebody who was it yesterday that pretty much said the same thing. That right now, Moscow hopes that by having the meeting with Trump, that they've kind of established some personal rapport and make it appear like substantial negotiations over Ukraine are underway. But the hope is they're going to be long, drawn out, protracted. This buys Russia time to continue pushing the front line. Get it? And in other words, garner more territory in Ukraine. All right, it means, we had the Russian foreign minister that yesterday said that his country should have veto power over any military assistance provided to Ukraine if and when a peace agreement is reached. See, there's, here's conditions. That's what Volker was just alluding to. The summit over the past weekend ending with no concrete path to peace. Looking at a formal meeting between Putin and Zelensky. In which the topic of recognizing Russian land acquisition and a ceasefire contingent on Western military assistance would be discussed. Lavrov dismissed the likelihood that any such meeting would take place and suggested that Putin accepted merely to raise the level of its representation at talks with Ukraine. It's like the narrative changes, the games indeed are being played. Hey, as we wind things down here, heads up if you're going to be in South Carolina, maybe coming up this week, there is a truck convoy in support of the Special Olympics that'll be taking place in South Carolina coming up Saturday morning. The truck drivers will meet with Special Olympics athletes, law enforcement, and community participants at the State Fairgrounds in Columbia, South Carolina, coming up Saturday at 11 a.m. So, State Fairgrounds, according to WISV, there will be a lunch, activities, and awards ceremony honoring the truck drivers before they set out on the actual convoy route at 1 p.m. They'll head north on I-77, then head south before returning to the fairgrounds. They will be escorted by law enforcement. So this weekend, Saturday. Have a great Thursday. Hey, when we come back at the midnight hour tonight, it'll be Casual Friday. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go.